everyone, welcome to day one of the Let's Surf Lake Mac Pro Junior. Today we have had a bit of a location change, so we originally thought we would be running at Redhead this morning, but we are at Catherine Hill Bay. I am here with Arabella Tarpey, and we'll be running you through the heats today.
Yeah, thanks, Sage. Excited to be here. Yeah, it was a bit of a change to the scene today as we came to Catherine Bay, but great conditions. The swell seems to be picking up throughout the morning, and although there's a bit of glare, it's going to, in the next 20 minutes, it's going to be very nice. So out in the water, we have a three-man heat. So we have Tom Whitpain in the red, Jackson Cohen in the blue, and Cam Orban in the white. So, Sage, do you want to tell us a bit about these competitors?
Yeah, so Tom Whitpain, he is from Burleigh Board Riders. He's the top seed coming into this heat. We've got Jackson Cohen, he's from Nora Head. It looks like it might be his first Pro Junior of the year, just looking at his WSL statistics. And then we've got Cam Orban. So Jackson's just started with a 4-point ride, which is not a bad way to start his heat. Cam has got a 0.67, and then Tom Whitpain is sitting at the back. Oh no, here he is. He's got a 2.1. So not a bad way to start Jackson's heat. Quick little wave, 4-point ride. But Tom is sitting at the back with priority still. Bit of glare on the broadcast this morning, but give it a heat or two and we'll definitely see some improvement for sure.
Yeah, excited. Hopefully we're going to have these conditions remain similar throughout the day. We had a lot of free surfers and competitors out there this morning making the most of it. Most of the beaches around Newcastle this morning were on shore and not a soul to be seen anywhere. So definitely made the most of the surf around this region today. Situation. We have 20-minute heat, so 17:25 on the clock. Cam just with a throwaway score of 0.67. And Jackson Cohen currently in the lead with a 4.00, highest wave of the heat. And Tom Whitpain in second with a 2.10. So, Sage, tell us a little bit about your journey down to where we are today at Catherine Hill Bay.
Yeah, so I came from the Gold Coast last night. I don't believe I've been here before, Catherine Hill Bay. I think I might have checked it out for a comp back in the day, but yeah, no, it's beautiful down here. It's like very untouched, lots of just trees and everything around, few houses right on the beach, but other than that, yeah, there's not much around. There's a beautiful pier out the back, which as we were driving in, I was like, wow, that is amazing. We were expecting Redhead, which I've been there before. I've surfed a few Pro Juniors there myself. I think it's really cool. We've got a bit of a change in location today.
Yeah, I had never been to Catherine Hill Bay either. Moved to Newcastle at the start of this year and explored lots of the beaches around. But yeah, it was very stunning driving in and seeing the pier, and yeah, the nice glassy conditions this morning was a nice surprise. Hopefully it stays like this throughout the day, and we'll see tomorrow, where we'll have it running. But definitely a great call today, although I do love Redhead.
Yeah, Redhead does have really fun waves just off that corner there. But yeah, Lake Macquarie has so many hidden gems, this being one of them. So yeah, such a beautiful area.
Yeah, it didn't even take that long really to drive. I think probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes from Redhead.
Yeah, it was a pretty short drive. So yeah, if Redhead's looking a little too crazy, this is definitely a beautiful option.
Yeah.
Just over 15 minutes. It's looking a little quiet out there, but
Yeah, that wind seems to be picking up a little bit. but still kind of cross shore. The boys just being patient, obviously. Still lots of time remaining in this heat, so wanting to wait for the best waves possible. And Tom Whitpain still holding first priority. And we have Jackson Cohen in second priority.
So all these boys are looking to jump the rankings of the Australasian Pro Junior Series and hopefully secure a spot in the WSL World Junior titles, so run next year. Here we go. That looks like Jackson Cohen out there, belting a few off on a nice little ride. This one's going to hold up for him as he kicks off there.
Yeah, that was very nice by Jackson Cohen. Was hard to see there on the takeoff, whether it was blue or white with that glare.
Yeah, the glare is gnarly this morning. But that's keeping himself busy. You know, he was under priority then, but he, with the high score of the heat is still like hunting to build his house, you know, put pressure on his other competitors. So yeah, he's done well with that. It's a 5.5.
Yeah, and Jackson was sitting in second priority, so he didn't have too much to lose there. Tom Whitpain just holding down first priority, really being patient and hoping the ocean gods come his way. But yeah, 13 minutes on the clock, and it looks like Jackson's going to be back out into the lineup in time for this next set. So it looked like White had a bit of a paddle for that one. No priority changes, so still red first priority, white second, and blue now at the back in third priority.
I was having a look at Tom Whitpain's Instagram, and he, from Burleigh Eyes, was part of the winning team this year. Well, here we go. Who have we got there? Hard to see in the glare. I think that was Tom. So he just used his priority. That might have been a little bit of a priority mistake. He didn't get not much done on that wave, but hey, there's a lot of time, and considering it's a beachy, he can definitely take opportunities underneath the priority of his other competitors.
Yeah, might have just been the pressure of sometimes holding down that first priority.
Yeah, definitely.
Just the wrong wave selection, but it is hard being a beach break. You just sometimes got to roll the dice and see what happens. But yeah, that Burleigh board riders win, that was insane on home turf up there.
Yeah, it was so exciting for him. I was having a look at his Instagram, part of that winning team.
I think people stopped work all around Australia just to watch that. I saw it. I was at work. Everyone had it live streaming. It was quite, the waves turned on for a bit there, and yeah. I wish I was there watching it live.
Great event, and I think Burleigh definitely, it was a strong and sweepy day that day, so Burleigh definitely had the advantage of hometown crowd, and you know, they knew the wave. So yeah, no, he was part of that winning team, so it's great to see.
For sure. So just on 11 minutes on the clock. Last wave of blue, that is Jackson Cohen, came in at a 5.50, so that's now the highest single wave score of the heat, and he's backing that up with a 4.00. So now with a substantial lead over the others. So in the red we have Tom Whitpain, now needing a 7.07 to go to first, and Cam Orban sitting in third, needing a 3.86 to go to second. So we see a nice set approaching, and looked like blue taking a look at that one.
Yeah, that was a nice bigger set, but just closing out. So I think the competitors it was a good option not taking that one. Sometimes maybe today the medium-sized ones will probably offer the most scoring potential. They won't run off as fast and offer at least 2 turns before the wave closes out.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that was Red just asking for situation update. yeah, I think that was a great decision. None of the athletes opting to take that set. It just closed out along the beach. So situation still remains the same. Still anyone's game, really.
Yeah, for
As
sure.
we see,
Very minimal scores so far. Tom, he's looking for a 7.7. And Cam, he's looking for a 3.86.
yeah, yeah, and we see first and second will progress through this heat into the next round. So in the men's, we do have a round of 56, so pretty stacked. Everyone fighting for those points. And then we'll move on to the round of 48. And yeah, so in the women's, we just have the round of 16 that will get underway tomorrow, which will be exciting to see. Lots of big names coming through there.
Yeah, it'll be so exciting to watch the women's. I mean, a lot's up for grabs here. It's the final event of the WSL Pro Junior Series in Australia. And it's really important that the kids secure a good last result if they're looking to make the World Juniors later next year.
Yeah,
so that's Jackson again, I believe, going up for a big hit, and he lands it.
Yeah, it was hard to see with the glare there, but it looks like he may have hung on. We'll see what the judges have to say with the score will reflect whether they deemed that as riding out or not. But yeah, he's already got a solid lead, so that's going to hopefully improve on his 4.00, but whether it does or not, we will wait to see.
Yeah, Jackson just staying busy. We might see a common pattern start to show throughout the heats, like people ending up in first and second and progressing might be the ones that are staying a little busier. But it'll be interesting to see throughout the day. People take different tactics. People like to surf their heats in different ways. But Jackson, he's just improved his score there. So he got a 5.33 for that last one. It looks like it's paying off that he's staying busy.
Yeah, Jackson's kind of played his own game in this heat. He's sat just that bit further up north from the other competitors and hasn't been too phased by their game plan. So yeah, he's been in second or third priority with most of the waves he's taken. And now with a 5.50 and a 5.33, he's furthered his lead. So Tom in the red now needs an 8.40 to go to first. And Cam in the white now needs a 3.86 to go to second. So that's still definitely doable in these conditions today.
Yeah, I would be feeling pretty nervous if I was Tom with Cam sitting in third, but he only needs a 3.86, With these beaches out there, I feel like he is so capable of getting that. Tom, even though he's sitting in second, he'll definitely be looking to improve on those two smaller scores that he has.
Yeah. In the twos, you're still considering them almost throwaway scores. You want to be getting up around that fives, but in these earlier heats, you just got to do what you can to be progressing on through.
Yeah, sometimes in the earlier rounds, it's, you might walk away disappointed, but still getting through. So here, maybe Cam, he's going to have a look, but that's Jackson again. He's staying busy to the left, but goes a bit fat on him, so he hops off.
Yeah, it almost looked like it was going to bowl up for a second there, but
yeah,
unfortunately not everything's going his way, although he is doing very well at reading the ocean out there. And yeah, we're just waiting on Cam, who's been extremely patient. Just trying to drop his first scoring ride. His 0.67, I'm sure he's wanting to get rid of as well, although he does just need a 3.86 to move into second. So getting down to the pointy end now with just on 5 minutes remaining.
Beautiful scenes there. Catherine Hill Bay. You guys haven't come down and checked out Lake Macquarie in Newcastle. It's beautiful here. It's my first time down in this bay, but it is so beautiful. You've got the big pier, very minimal houses, a few right on the beach, but other than that, it's just greenery as far as the mile can see.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can drive just a few minutes down the road and have such a change in scenery from the bustling area of Merriweather, where you're in the surf looking at millions of houses, and then you drive about 30 minutes down the road and you've got this on the doorstep, really.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, I was very surprised at how pristine, and yeah, it feels like we're in
very untouched.
A country town somewhere.
There we go, Tom Whitpayton. He gets a nice back end snap off there, and that will probably improve his score. He's only got a 2.43 and a 2.1. So it was a bigger turn in a more critical section. He'd be hoping that was improving his score and making it a little harder for Cam to jump him.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely improve on his situation from that one. Definitely not enough to go into first. There it is. A 3.60. So, yeah, definitely making it a little harder for Cam, who's in the white. Now requiring a 5.36 to move to second.
Yeah, Cam, he's been a little picky in this heat. He's only got the one score, the 0.67. Just waiting on something to roll through the lineup for him. But, yeah, as I was saying, maybe staying busier is your tactic today. But Cam, yeah, he's in second priority. Jackson has priority, so Cam must have had a little look, had a little bit of a paddle into a wave and lost priority. So yeah, he'll be looking for a 5.36 to jump Tom.
Yeah, I think maybe a few priority mistakes from Cam. It can sometimes be these competitors' first time using the priority board.
Yeah.
They're coming from the junior events where there's no set priority, so it's just whoever is on the inside. It can be a bit of a jump to have the priority board in play. I remember my first pro junior was a bit like that. I was paddling for everything and always seemed to be in second or third priority even though I'd waited.
Yeah.
So Cam's been extremely patient but seems to be sitting in that second priority for most of this heat, really.
Yeah. We haven't seen him jump into first a whole lot, even though he's been kind of sitting out there waiting. So yeah, maybe paddling onto a few when he shouldn't have, but that's all right. He'd be hoping something's going to roll through the lineup. Being a beachy, it's kind of sometimes a little bit easy. You can kind of move around, find distance from your competitors.
Yeah, at this stage, I'd almost be considering moving off to another part of the comp bank, but there is a minute and a half on the clock. It looks like blue.
Yeah.
So that's Jackson Cohen up and riding again.
Or is that red?
Maybe it's red.
The
Sorry,
glare.
it's really hard with the glare. I think it was red, actually.
Yeah, that might have been Tom again. So it'd be interesting to see if that improves his score. He didn't do too much on it. Got a little hit off and a wrap. Looking to improve on a 2.43. Make it a little harder for Cam as we're just approaching the final minute, into the final minute now. Nervous times for Cam.
Yeah, still sitting in second priority. As we see, blue is now up and riding. A nice first turn, critical in the pocket, comes around the section and gets the completion. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether that improves on Jackson's situation, although he holds a strong lead. So 30 seconds on the clock. Be interesting to see. Cam now has first priority, so he can stay on the best bank, really, and take the pick. But it's just going to be whether we have a set that comes through on time.
Yeah, it's looking a little slow out there. 10 seconds to go. And it looks like it might be all over for Cam, unfortunately. But moving through, Jackson Cohen and Tom Whitpayne. Hello everyone, welcome to the Lake Mac Let's Surf WSL Pro Junior. This is the final Pro Junior of the year. I am joined with Arabella Tarpey. We are here at Catherine Hill Bay. What we got surfing there?
Looked like we had Blue.
Mateus Josh Roland, just getting his campaign started off quickly. Not a bad way to do it. We're seeing maybe a trend that those who stay busy making it through. But yeah, today we've got, who have we got, Arabella, in this heat?
So out in the water we've got Ryder Lucy in the red, Mateus Josh Roland in the blue, Louis Stevens in the white, and Isaac Brown in the green. So you see White up and riding. Nice looking wave on his forehand. He's going to try get around the section, but just gets caught behind. And Red up and riding out the back. Unfortunately just getting a bit hung up on the lip there. So waiting on scores with just on 18 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so in the last heat we had Jackson Cohen and Tom Whitpain moving on through. Jackson stayed very busy throughout the heat, catching a lot of waves. Let's have a look. Yeah, he caught 6 or 7 waves throughout the heat. Yeah, which was his key for success, really.
Yeah, definitely. Even under priority, he was making sure he was staying really busy. It might be a little different here in this heat because we've got 4 competitors. Maybe priority will come into play a little bit more. But other than that, it's been a nice quick start to the heat. Everyone, well, actually, 3 of our surfers have got a wave. And then Isaac Brown from Nora Head, he is sitting at the back in green with priority.
Yeah, it was nice to have that set rolling on through. It has been fairly slow, but there's definitely some good waves on offer. And to have 4 people out there, it's definitely a lot better than in the free surf warm-up we saw this morning.
Yeah, it was crowded this morning. At the lineup, there was jumping swell. It was a bit messy at Redhead, so the event organisers made the move to come down here
To Catherine Hill
Catherine
Bay.
Hill Bay and
Not surfable. So yeah, made the jump and right, but
you know, staying busy because the paddle out isn't. Might have a lower priority, which you know, will come into play here, but other than that, not too much of a paddle out here.
yeah,
Some
for
scores
sure.
rolling through.
So,
First of blue was a 6.83 for Mateus, and his second score a 3.33. In second, Louis Stephens has got a 2.50. Ryder Lucy has 2 smaller scores, 1.17 and a 1.13. And Isaac still at the back, just looking for a pretty small score of a 2.51 to progress into second.
yeah, as we see White try to get a smaller one on the inside, but oh, sorry, no, I think that was White. This glare is extremely hard where we're sitting, but we're hoping the next few heats it will have lifted. So, yeah, this is Red taking off now in his backhand. Straight up into the lip, unfortunately just getting unstuck there. So just waiting on a few scores, but probably throwaway scores for the competitors.
Yeah, some smaller scores. Mateus Josh Roland with the 6.83. Pretty good position to be sitting in. all he's looking, he'll be looking to improve on that 3.33, but having the 6.83 in his scoreline, definitely throws warning signs to his other competitors for sure. So, other than that, yeah, pretty small scores. The others would be really looking to improve on their totals.
Yeah, it's such a relief getting that higher wave score at the start of the heat. It just takes a lot of pressure off, knowing that you just need one backup score. Whereas having two mid-range scores can sometimes, we see towards the back end of the heat, the other competitors getting one, say, high score of an 8 or 9, and then the competitor that was in the lead the whole time goes through to fourth or third. So yeah, it's good to have one wave that's high scoring, and then you can really take your time, be selective, and hold priority to get that second wave.
Yeah, you can never be too sure in your position, Everyone in this division is surfing so strong, so yeah, you can never be too safe. It's Mateus just rolling again on a pretty good looking wave. He's got 2 turns off and just finishes off with a little belt. He's going to stick with it. Few choppy and bumpy bits, but yep, just finishes off there. Staying busy. Probably improve on his 3.3 potentially.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. One of the best we've seen this morning. Rode it right through that rip that we've seen prove quite challenging to go through there. Most surfers opting to kick out before they get to it. As we had the surfer out the back. I believe it might have been white on his back end.
Yeah, the glare is really tough. We're kind of looking straight into it this morning, but nonetheless, carry on. I reckon in a heat or two's time, it'll be clearing up. So, just pushing through it this morning, but beautiful scenes here.
For sure, and we'll see the score drop for the surfers. So, just on 11 minutes. Just waiting on 2 scores, I believe. And then we'll give a situation update.
There we go. Mateus just rolling. He just got a 6.1 for his last wave. So sitting really pretty with 2 6s. We're still, I think, looking for a score potentially for white. Might not be white, actually. But yeah, Mateus. I mean, it's a pretty good position to be sitting in. I mean, I'd love to start out my heat with a 6.83 and then back it up with a 6.10.
For sure. That's a great start to his campaign in this event, really. The confidence you build in these first early rounds, the round of 56, will help him progress through. So the round of 48 and round of 32, moving on through to finals tomorrow. There are a lot of heats in the men's. It's a highly competitive field. All of these competitors, showing their talent.
Yeah, they are all looking to jump the rankings. This is the final WSL Australasian Pro Junior of the Year. They're looking to jump the rankings and potentially qualify for the WSL World Juniors next year. We've got someone taking off on a wave. It looks like Blue. Mateus again, staying busy. It's looking like a common theme here.
Must be the theme of wearing blue.
Yeah,
We've seen Jackson Cohen in the last heat, Mateus in the blue in this heat. Just sitting that bit further north as well on the comp bank. It's quite a wide area, but the competitors choosing to sit fairly close, obviously opting for that right. That is the prominent wave of the bank. But as we come closer to the heat ending, it'll be interesting to see if some of the competitors opt to move away and find their own waves, because there's lots of peaks up and down the beach.
Yeah. They're predominantly sitting on this left and right peak. The lefts are looking a bit quicker, kind of closing out a little faster. But the rights, they often run into, there's a little bit of a rip running through the right, and they tend to stay open a little bit longer, allow for a few more turns before they either die out or close out. But yeah, that rip's probably a good place for the competitors to paddle out, I reckon.
For sure. You can
pretty
see it's
easy to get
really
out.
pulling. I think the last 30 minutes or so, it's started to pick up. So you hop in that, you're straight out the back.
Yeah, little escalator out the back.
I think Jackson did that multiple times in the last heat.
Yeah,
He was
definitely.
going right and then just shoot straight back out and end up back in the priority scene. Often being back into second priority.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
might
up
have
and
been
out.
Isaac, I believe. Just catching a little rail here. And then
Red, I believe. The
that is
commentator's curse of saying the
Ryder
right looks
Lucy.
better. It was up until those last two
Yeah.
waves. Unfortunately, yeah, just have to be really selective out there. It's a fine line between being too patient and being too excited just to catch waves.
Struggling a bit with the glare and the colours here.
I feel like the glare has picked up in this heat actually, even
Yeah.
compared to the last heat. So we will keep you updated on scores when they drop with, yeah, just on 7 minutes on the clock.
Pretty consistent sets rolling through, which is great for our competitors, you know. There's nothing worse than sitting out the back and needing a score and thinking, where are the waves? But, yeah, we're down at Catherine Hill Bay, very consistent waves, which is good. You know, there's so much action out in the water. Even though there's 4 people in this heat, you know, the competitors aren't seeing much of each other. They look like they're kind of separated in a way, moving around. There's
Yeah.
a few sets rolling through here. We'll see if anyone opts to go. No one takes it.
Red had a look, but that one just closed out. So, yeah, it is quite fickle. You really have to be looking for the right waves. But, yeah, this heat has been loaded with waves. I think the last heat we had Cam sitting out there for a while and there was
Yeah.
no waves for about 10 minutes. But that's just the luck of surfing and the ocean. You can't control it. Some heats have so many waves and others there's lucky to be a set. So,
yeah.
yeah.
It's the game we play, for sure.
Yeah, can be frustrating, but often you just have to play the game, figure out if you want to move in, decide how long you want to wait in priority before catching a wave. It's a tough decision to make when you've already waited out the back for a long time.
Most definitely. Ryder in red. He's taking off on one. He's going to get a few backhand belts off. Finishing that one. Or just coming unstuck, bobbling off in the white water. Ryder, he was looking for a 2.01 to jump Isaac Brown. So it'll be interesting to see if that was the score. He did get one nice backhand belt off. So there potentially could be a change in situation, but it was a smaller wave. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that one.
So, yeah, it kind of looks like it's picked up. We haven't seen a set this big all morning since we arrived at the comp site. But, yeah, unfortunately, just closing out, so none of the boys opting to take off. And I think all scores are locked in. So, situation update with 4.5 minutes on the clock. We have blue, Matthias Jos Roland, in first place with a 6.83 and a 6.10. Isaac Brown in the green, currently in second with a 3.10 and a low score of 1.90. So Isaac would need a 9.83 to go to first. Then we have Ryder Lucy in the red with a 3.00 and a 2.00, requiring a 2.01 to progress through this round and move into second. And Louis Stevens, currently in fourth, with a 2.50 and a 0.43, needing just a 2.93 to move up into second position. So still doable for the boys in third and fourth.
Yeah, Mateus has really run away with this one. You know, having those 2 scores, you know, from pretty much the get-go, it's...
Once that glare moves, we get into our groove a little bit more. It always helps. It's easy to just chat, but when you actually got to chat about the surfing and stuff like that, it does get tricky, and you get more comfortable. I mean, we're pretty lucky to just sit here and get to watch the waves and get to talk about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Luckily, we're not doing beach commentary. We don't have to give them the scores. We're just giving the people at home the scores, so that makes life a little easier, rather than, you know, in heats when you get out there and you have people waving their arms, so they're like asking for the time, they're asking for priority. So the beach commentator has a lot more on his plate than we do.
For sure.
As we see the drone view, beautiful Catherine Hill Bay.
It's a nice
Pleasure
shot.
to be down here in the Lake Macquarie region. Lake Macquarie anywhere from Redhead down this way. I don't know how far Lake Macquarie. I think this might be the last bit of Lake Macquarie before we get to the Central Coast. So lucky to be down here. Lucky that we've got waves today.
Yes, I was a bit worried for a while there. Looking at it yesterday, I was like, oh, I don't know what it was going to be like, but it's pulled through. So.
It's pulled through. It always does. Always say here about home. I mean, I feel like anyone in Newcastle, yes, we're down at Catherine Hill Bay, but I feel like for us it's still Newcastle, it's still home.
Yeah.
So still very lucky to be here. Coming down to the 5-minute mark. We don't have to alert the surfers about that because they can't hear us. Only the people at home. Little update. Red, Toby Holly in the lead with a 4.83 and a 4. Lockie Smith with priority. So for the people at home, I'll give you a little lowdown on the priority system. You know much about the priority system?
Yeah, I do. It's I like it.
It's
rate
great.
The priority system.
It's great.
I know a couple of people who don't like it, but I like it.
It does kind of. I mean, there was back in the day. There was a lot more kind of mongrel. Without the priority system, and a lot more hassling, and I feel like there's still the strategic side. But yeah, if you're needing a score and you do have priority 1, like Lockie Smith right now, he's in second. He's looking to better that 3.43, 3.66 to get him to the lead. So I do say that he will be waiting to try better that, get into the lead, get a heat win. But yeah, so realistically, the priority is priority 1. You've got undivided right away. That's your wave if you want it. But if he is to make a paddle and miss it or not go the wave, he's going to go back to the end priority. As we've seen Toby there, Toby had 3rd priority and kind of got one under priority. You got taking waves with priority or under priority. It is a really nice feeling when you are under priority and you get a score.
Yeah, you
and
sneak one through.
It's a very nice feeling, but that's the hard thing. It's like when you have priority, you feel like you're trying to defend as well, but you wanting to get the best wave. So it's like it's a different mindset you get into sometimes. I think coming down to the last, 4 minutes here, as we see green up and riding. Nice turn there. Unfortunately falls, so you would say that was a priority error in that circumstance of 3 minutes to go, looking to hold off Blue as well. Blue's only needing a 4.28, Mateus. So yeah, it's a weird one. The old priority, you can be early in the heat. Don't think about it too much. I guess when the best wave comes, you're wanting to have first priority. But yeah, getting down to these final minutes, everyone wants to make the heat, get to the next round, spend more time in the comp rashie. So yeah, I definitely won't lie. I've made many priority mistakes in
I've made a couple as well.
But it's weird as we see.
Green, I'm thinking.
I think it's blue.
Is it green? Blue?
I think it's blue. Wow.
Nice.
It's blue.
Yeah, you were right.
It's blue. That was some very good surfing there. I shouldn't say it again, but I'm going to. That's wave of the heat.
You're calling it?
I'm calling it. I'm committing here. Are you committing with me, or are you leaving?
I'll commit with you on that one. That was nice.
A very good left. So that's
Red's going again.
Red's going again. he's got another nice left there. So that's another two-turn combo there. So like we spoke about a minute and a half ago, Lockie Smith had first priority in second place, looking to better his situation, and we've just had Blue, Mateus and Toby in the red. I dare say they're going to be 1 and 2 coming into these final minutes. So maybe a mistake from Lockie. As we see Lockie, that's one big turn. Is he going to get another?
Just can't get around
Just
it.
can't quite get around there. So we'll have a few important scores dropping here. Blue, Mateus, he's going to get a big score,
Yeah.
I would say. And then Toby, I feel like will better his situation. So the one thing that's in Lockie's favour, he did get one nice turn there.
Yes.
So he could better that 3-4, and he has a 5. So my guess is Blue's going to go to the lead.
Yep.
And then second is going to be out of Lockie and Toby in the red. So could get close here. We've got about a minute 20 on the clock. White looked like it was like a quick jump in and out. He looked like he might have seen a lobster or a fish. Go for a dive. But minute remaining in heat number 3. So I had a quick look before. I'll double check now. I think we might have 8 heats of this first round. Nope, 4. So we've got 4 heats of this first round. And then we've got 8 heats.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start, but then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are, everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
I think we are back into, I think, the round of 48, heat number 1.
Yep.
Jackson
We've got, I'm here with Jackson Baker. My name's Sage Goldsbury. Heat 1 at the round of 48. In the red we have Jack Bassett. He's started his account off with a 3.33, and in the green we have
Jackson Cowan.
Just Jackson Cowan.
I just got it up for us. White, William Pascoe, and in the blue, Callan Orchard. So we were trying to guess off the board in front of us who we had, but we got it up on our phone now, so we'll get everyone's names right.
Yeah.
We got a bit more on our plate in this heat. We had unfortunately a 3-man heat in the last one. We had 2 Aidens, one we don't know what happened. We don't know where he is.
Yep.
But I'd say as we go through these rounds too, get to the higher seeded surfers, the level is going to rise. Well, the level's going to rise with the competitors too. I mean, you can probably, I think we saw a few 12-point totals in the first round.
Yeah, most definitely. In the first few round heats, you can kind of get away with the smaller scores, but yeah, as the standard improves, as you get close to the finals, you definitely got to bring your A game.
As we see, Green. I think that was Green. Jackson Cowan. That's the first 3-turn left I've seen all morning.
Yeah, the lefts have been pretty quick. Only 1 or 2 turns if you're lucky. But yeah, managed to get a few off there, which is good.
Little inside runner. A little bit smaller than the sets that we have on hand, but today I was just talking to Liv about it. It's kind of, we have a big southerly swell. It's quite large. You look out on the horizon, it's pretty windy. A lot of swell. We're in a bit of a southern corner here at Catherine Hill Bay, so it's quite protected. It's kind of slow. We'll get like flurries of sets, which we saw in the last heat. The bigger scores kind of came from those one or 2 bigger turns.
Yeah.
I was just about to say I was interested to see Jackson's score, but he got a 4-5. So 3 nice turns on a smaller kind of wave. I would say, if both of us were surfing a heat today, you'd be probably looking for the bigger sets.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially with priority and things like that. But, I mean, sometimes you have heats where you're kind of in a bit of a lull right now. You can't really get moving when there's no waves, and you'd know about that being a competitive surfer yourself. You've just got to work with whatever you're given in that 20-minute period.
Yeah, well, we thought we were going to be at Redhead this morning, but yeah, with the increase in swell, the south swell, it was a bit too messy there, so we've moved here to Catherine Hill Bay. And I guess the competitors were probably preparing for Redhead. They were probably surfing there last night, but yeah, change in location means, yeah, you got to be ready for anything, especially as a competitor. That's competitive surfing for you. You kind of got to be adaptive and just prepare for whatever the event organisers are going to throw at you.
For sure. Well, even for us, I was a bit taken this morning too. I was like, we got the message last night that it was almost confirmed for Redhead. You always, I know, Redhead, the way Redhead faces, it almost faces straight south, so it's almost straight onshore. It'd be a lot windier there today. Probably a fair bit bigger. I dare say, though, we will be back there tomorrow. I think this swell kind of dies down and the wind kind of dies back a little bit. So we'll be back there tomorrow. Blue up and riding. Callan Orchard. Two turns there.
That wasn't a bad one.
Not
yeah,
bad.
Good way to get started. Kind of 2 taps.
They were taps, weren't
yeah,
they?
They weren't anything of major consequence, I'd say.
We'll start getting a bit more. We'll start to critique a little more. I feel like as we go through the rounds, you'll pick apart those kind of scores. We're going to get through the rounds. This is the second round, so there's, I think, 3 surfers maybe a seeded through to this round.
Yeah.
And then we've got 1 from each heat from round 1. And then into the next round, I think, is the round of 32. Top 2 from this heat or this round will go from each heat will go in against the highest seeds, which was talking about at the end of last heat. As we see, Blue up and riding. Another 2-turn combo, so he's got two waves quite quickly.
Yeah, he's staying busy. Kind of, he knew he'd have a lower priority, I guess, after that first one, so may as well just get straight into another one. But yeah, he got a 4.83 for his first one. Even though it was 2 turns, they were nothing of major consequence. Kind of tapping rather than powerful turns. But I'm sure see him on another one. Get the nerves out on his first wave, and then look to improve his score.
For sure. When you competitively surf, do you like to get the heat started quite quickly for yourself. Like, I mean, it's kind of, it's a tricky one. You always have a plan of how you want to surf a heat or what you feel comfortable doing, and it always changes. Like we said, we've got the location change, but even heats, like you may watch the 20-minute block before and it's been really quite consistent. Are you someone that likes to, if the opportunity's there to get going quick, take the pressure off, rip the Band-Aid off, so to say?
Yeah, it's a really hard one. I do like to kind of get started quickly. I feel like I have found that I just tend to do better when, you know, I take the pressure off. But then again, like, there's nothing worse than taking off on one quickly and then your competitor, you know, waits a little bit and then finds a nug out the back. And you're like, oh, if I waited, you know, I would have, you know, been on that one. So, yeah, it's kind of a difficult game to play. What do you like? What do you like to do?
Now we have priority. I mean, that has changed the whole of, I know, surfing. I remember growing up, I think back in my pro junior days, which was a fair while ago, I don't think we had 4-man priority. It was a lot more, I know, dog eat dog, bit more hassling and stuff. So I feel like then you really wanted to get a quick start so you could kind of get on the front foot. But I feel like now with priority you can really play the game a whole lot more, and you'll kind of sense, it's just more what other people do as well. Like if you've got a few people in your heat that you know like to have a quick start, I'd rather sit and wait. I guess it just changes on the day and the conditions, but it is nice to, I know it's different starting your heat, like getting waves early. It's like, yes, you've had a free surf in the morning, you've prepared well, but sometimes it's nice just to get the feet in the wax and get moving.
Yeah.
It's nice just to, I don't know, get started in a heat. As we see Green up and riding, he's got a little bit bigger one, and it's a 2-turn. Oh, just doesn't quite time that second section there.
Comes unstuck. Red is paddling, having a look behind him.
This looks like a good little wave.
Yeah, these lefts are looking fun. Gets a little hit off there, but doesn't do too much else.
And there's a third wave at
Closes
the
out.
set.
Yeah, it's consistent, these lefts.
It's got more consistent.
Is that Green there? Getting a hit off.
I think it's Blue. Callan Orchard in the lead, looking to better on that wave. He's got a 4.37 and a 3.87. Green, Jackson Cowan with a 4.5 and a 3.17. Will with a 3.87 and a 2.4. And I think it's Jack with a 3.33. So everyone's got a score in that, I don't know, 3 to 4 range.
Yeah.
No one's really got out of, I know, that area as of yet.
Yeah, no one's quite broken into the excellent range. It's kind of difficult, but I'm sure those lefts are getting more and more consistent from what I'm seeing. So looks like another one. Someone's having a look. That might be, it's going to be White who grabs this one. Oh.
I was getting excited then. He had a really nice first turn there. Just, do you find on your backhand sometimes if you try to throw it up there too quick and you, as we see Green,
You can almost be looking to the next section
and
as
you're
kind of finishing your first turn. And you're like, forget you have to just finish off that first turn before you're looking into the next one, which is kind of what happened there for William Hasco. He just comes unstuck there.
I find it happens a lot more on your backside than your front side.
Definitely.
Because when you're on your front side, you're actually looking down the line, like you're actually looking at the wave, not on your back end. You're looking over your shoulder. So when you do those backside turns, and it is hard when it is like today. They're quite quick little waves, so you're wanting to get out of the turn to get ready for the next, but you've still got to concentrate what's at the bottom to get back up again. But like we saw there with White, he did that nice turn. It was a nice little wave too, and was almost looking at the next section before he'd even finished the turn.
Yeah, it's very easy to get ahead of yourself when it's quick conditions like this. We're approaching low tide, is that correct?
Yeah, 10:30 low tide, so bit of tide to come back in as we see White up and riding. I was chatting to Liv earlier about these about the rights. There's almost like a bit of a gutter. There's almost like a little rip bowl a little bit further. So the rights are running into that gutter. But the bigger rights, most definitely, hold a lot of scoring potential. They kind of sit off the bank a bit more. Not maybe a bit bigger than the one we just saw red on then. As we see the replay of white finishing off there. It's just the rights are almost going against the grain. You will get a set with opportunities for big manoeuvres, but I think those lefts are have a lot more scoring potential. And even the smaller ones, like we seen earlier with Jackson Cowan's little inside left, it didn't run into a gutter. It actually ran into like an end section.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the rights kind of as it approaches the end of the wave, they'll kind of run into that bumpy, rippy water, and it just looks really hard to do anything on. But the lefts, yeah, seem a lot cleaner, sometimes a bit quicker, but they provide those sections that are critical, and that's what the judges are looking for, you know, 2 critical turns in the pocket of the wave. So, yeah, I think the lefts are definitely providing that today.
For sure. I think as much as the criteria, it doesn't change, and I feel like no matter the conditions, the judges are always looking for the same thing, and it doesn't matter what level of surfing it is. It could be from local board riders to under 16 Grom Search type things to now in the Pro Juniors, regional Challenger Series and the CT. I think it's just big turns in the big part of the wave is always gonna score. It's the formula, but it is hard. You've got to be identifying those good waves and still identifying where to put those big turns. I mean, you can have the best wave, but you've still got to execute on that wave as well, which we both know about in competitive surfing. It's very easy if someone gave you 20 minutes to go out and do it in a free surf. Just say we were to go free surf on the edge, I dare say we would probably do it quite easy. But when you do have that time restriction and 3 other people that you're versing, it does become a lot trickier. Yeah,
it's definitely a big mental game, surfing. I've found just as I've gotten older, you realise that the nerves really do get to you, and it becomes almost a battle with yourself to try and, you know, keep yourself calm, and it's a lot of tactics, just
for sure,
rather than surfing.
Everyone just thinks surfers are so relaxed, and we are. Like, I think everyone loves surfing as a hobby and stuff like that. But yeah, the competitive side is definitely the tactics, the strategy, even what we spoke about before with how you like starting a heat. You've got to have like a plan. It's not just go out and hope for the best.
Yeah,
I'd say some people may do that, but I feel like the best in the world and the people that do succeed usually have strategies and plans, and they work most of the time. But there's definitely times where it doesn't work. Can't work every time. You won't see often like the end winner. There's not usually the end winner is the same all the time, and they're always top because everyone's at that similar level. There's so many great surfers, and at the end of the day there can only be one winner of the whole event. But yeah, you can even go through a whole draw, and up until the 2-mans you can get second the whole way, and you haven't won a heat, but then you can still win the comp. So that's pretty cool when that happens. Blue up and riding.
Blue, that was a nice belt there.
He's sitting in the lead, Callan. Looking to better a 3.87. I feel like it's around that area as we have a replay here. It was a pretty big one turn, so
yeah, it's a nice section presented towards him. It was a right, but it kind of didn't go fat like we were saying they often do. They run into that deep water, but that one had a section coming towards it. Nice belt off the end. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that improves his score. Just circling back, you know, you're now a Challenger Series surfer, but how did the Pro Juniors kind of shape you to be the surfer that you are now? I know that, you know, WSL's got a great format. You know, it's under 21s now, the Pro Juniors, so there's not as much pressure to jump straight on the QS. You know, you have time to improve your surfing before you're straight on the QS. That was blue there.
That was green. He left a bit of meat on the bone there. That second turn, he probably pushed a little too hard. He's still in second, but yeah, back to that. Yeah, I mean we're so lucky. I mean, as surfers and what WSL has, I don't know, for the younger generation. It was a bit tricky back in. I sound like I'm old. I was about to say back in my day, but it is probably me doing pro juniors is probably 10 years ago. So yeah, I guess it was probably nearly back in my day. But the pro juniors, it was cool. You got the transition from the. Oh, at the end of this one, we might reconvene the conversation at the start of the next heat. But no, we're very lucky to be down here at the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. Heat number 1, over and out, and we'll bring back heat number 2.
It's in all of us.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. Today we are down at Catherine Hill Bay. This is heat 2 of the round of 48 of the boys. Who have we got out in this heat today?
We've got, I'm assuming that's Will Watson. I only know Phoenix Vischer in this one, local boy.
Yeah, I'll get that
Local
up for
redhead
us.
boy.
Yeah, so we've got Willem Watson. He is a Victorian boy. Then we've got Jesse Danish. He is from North Narrabeen. Phoenix Vischer in the white and Macca Hazard. Oh, no, sorry. We've got Tom Whitpain in the green. So, you were saying you're from Newcastle. Where are your favourite parts of Lake Macquarie that you'd love to come visit, surf? Where would you encourage people to visit around here?
Fraser Park is my favourite break around here.
Yeah.
So fun. I go there pretty much every Saturday morning with my dad. Always surf there. There's a left and a right.
Yeah.
So fun.
Awesome. Yeah, Newcastle. Who have we got up and riding? Is that blue?
Looks like blue.
There we go. That. And then green. Taking a right. See, this is a pretty nice left and right peak out here, actually, we've got today.
Yeah. It's definitely gotten a bit better throughout the morning.
Yeah, most definitely. That's the replay of the left we saw taken by Jesse Daish in the blue. Few waves to get us started. But yeah, sorry, where were you saying?
Yeah, so Fraser Park.
Fraser Park. I haven't actually been there before. I've been around Merewether, Newcastle Beach. I have been here to Catherine Hill Bay, I reckon, once before, but gosh, it's so beautiful here. We've got
Yeah.
the pier. It's pretty much untouched, and it's just out of, you know, the town, you know, maybe I'd say 15-minute drive, but yeah, really untouched. A few little houses, but other than that,
Yeah.
so beautiful. Such a nice place to visit for the day, most definitely if you're visiting Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, for sure.
So Jesse Daish, he just started with a 6.17, so pretty good way to start his heat. You know, puts a little bit of pressure on the other competitors for sure. And then Tom Whitpain, his first score was a 3.93. Got a bit of a lull here. We've got a bit of a south swell today. We thought we were going to be running at Redhead this morning, but that kind of changed up. We all, you know, were waking up thinking, yeah, it's going to be Redhead, and then a call was made to move here to Catherine Hill Bay. Little less windy with the south swell and just the wind. It would have been pretty much straight onshore at Redhead. So I think it's been a really good move.
Yeah, 100%.
Coming down here makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. Redhead would have been so washed out and just white and messy.
Yeah, a lot of white caps down
Yeah.
there. So that was red and white just split the peak there. They both just getting the one turn off. Willem starting out his campaign on that one. And Phoenix just getting his second score. Pretty minimal scores at the moment. Apart from Jesse Daish, he's got the 617, which is sitting him in a pretty comfortable position at the moment. Got Green opting for a right, floats it.
Nice second turn. And a third.
Yeah, we've noticed the rights, they kind of run into a bit of a rip there. So you can get the first turn off, maybe a second, but then they often, go a bit wobbly and funny there. We go red. Really nice big belt. That's kind of what the judge is looking for, I'd say.
The one big turn's definitely scoring better than if you're getting a couple little turns, but
Yeah, most definitely. So that was Willem Watson. Big belt there. We're just waiting on scores to roll on through. Gosh, it's been a really busy heat there.
has off to a quick start.
That was Phoenix again. Just coming unstuck. So we're approaching a low tide at, is it 10?
10:30, I
Yeah,
think.
around 10:30 today. And then it will be coming in for a high around 5 p.m. this afternoon. So that'll be definitely changing the conditions, as we're approaching low. Maybe a little bit straighter conditions, would you say?
I reckon, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely more closeouts we'll see through the morning. So there's blue, I want to say.
Yeah, that's blue. That's a smaller wave, but he's getting a few hits off. Bring it right the way through. There's a backwash there. We're seeing it's definitely come about with the low tide. But yeah, even though that was a smaller wave, he managed to get a bunch of turns off. As we said though earlier, the judges are predominantly looking for those big
Yeah,
turns in
just
the
that one
pocket.
big.
So I doubt that'll be a score of major consequence in the end, but good to get the feet in the wax, as they say.
Take White's up now. Just quick in and out for White. Phoenix.
Have you competed in Pro Juniors in the past at all, or any QSs
I
in your
think
time?
I've done the Pro Juniors before.
Yeah.
I think I may have done this one last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, not really. I'm mostly into local comps, and sometimes I go up to Port Macquarie and do a couple comps up there. But
Yeah, awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, it was run at Redhead last year, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we'll return to Redhead. It's looking like we'll be returning to Redhead for finals day.
yes, that should be good.
The iconic Shark Tower. We're giving out those iconic Shark Tower trophies, so it'd be appropriate if we were crowning the champions back at
Yes.
Redhead, I think.
I feel like that would only be right.
It would only be right, exactly, yeah. Even though it is beautiful here down Catherine Hill Bay, it's a big pier. Which you could see just as we were driving in, I was like, wow. Like, very completely different landscape. It feels like you're in a totally different area than
Yeah.
just out of Newcastle. But yeah, Lake Macquarie, full of beautiful untouched places.
Yes.
It's feeling rather summery, to be honest, today.
Yeah.
Nice and sunny.
Compared to the last few days, it's been cold and windy.
Yeah. It's kind of turned it on for us today, which is lovely. Got blue. Little fin blow there, but just kicks out, and then out the back on a bigger one. This is what the judges are looking for. Green. Wow. That was nice. Fully blows the fins out there.
That one big turn that they're looking for.
Yeah, most definitely. That was Tom Whitpain on his back end. I think the judges will definitely look to reward that one.
Yeah, for sure. That was huge.
You know, I mean, it got us excited, and then the
Yeah.
judges, you know, it can come to sometimes get boring, you know. They're sitting there all day, you know.
Yeah.
They're just dropping three,
Yeah.
4, you know. They want to see someone blow the fins like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Tom Whitpain, that was a really nice last score for him. So it'll be interesting to see.
I'm definitely expecting him to get rid of that 393.
Most
with that one.
definitely, yeah. See what happens. He was looking for a 5.05 to jump into first. He's already in progressing position. He's sitting in second. Phoenix Vischer, he was looking for, that was the score there. So
7.5.
7.5. Like we said, yeah, the judges, that got them excited, you know. That's what they want to see.
They like that one.
White here. Got a nice little reform there, but yeah, just comes unstuck. It's kind of tough. That backwash just coming off the beach might have bobbled him off there as he tried to complete that last one. But yeah, he'll make his way out the back. That's Phoenix. He was looking for a 697 to jump Josh Day.
That was red there.
Yeah, he's looking for a 697 to jump Jesse Daish, and then Willem Watson is looking for a 7.04 to jump into qualifying position. And there's a bit on the line here. This Pro Junior is the last of the Australasian Pro Junior series, and the top 2 qualify for the WSL World Junior titles next year. And if you win the World Junior titles, you get an immediate spot on the Challenger Series. So it's a good way to skip doing the regional tour by just, you know, making the World Juniors and then potentially winning a World Junior title, you know. Then you're straight on the Challenger Series. But even then, just qualifying for the World Juniors, it's such a great experience. Get to go overseas, compete against people that you'll be likely competing on in the Challenger Series, you know, as you grow up in the future. People from all around the world. So, yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to have an excuse to go overseas, do some traveling? So that's what everyone's fighting for. In this final event, looking to jump the rankings, make the top 2. Ooh, big air. That was Willem Watson. He's now looking for a 394. He has got a 643 and a 333. So, you know, if I was Willem, I'd be getting at the back. You know, he kind of threw that one away with the air. It would have been sick if he landed it, but he doesn't need a massive score. A 394, you know, I wouldn't be giving up. He's got basically 6.5 minutes. You know, get out there. Jessie Day, she's sitting with priority. So, you know, if I was him, I'd be wanting to sit on Willem, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Willem doesn't need a big score to jump him, and, you know, with priority, it would be smart to block him. But from what I can see, who's that?
That green.
Yeah, that's Tom Whitpain again.
Just on the left.
Nothing too much there, a few taps. It's unlikely to improve his score, I believe. But yeah, just looking at the boys sitting in the line. My score, it's a tough one, but yeah, I mean, it's the Ocean, the game we're playing. So yeah, unfortunately, Jessie Daish, his tactics didn't quite work out there for him.
He took a risk, but unfortunately didn't pay off for him this time.
Yeah. Most definitely. Boys are now all sitting a little bit closer together, for sure, as we're just under 3 minutes remaining. And Josh just with a 0.30. Did you bring your board down here today?
I didn't today.
Yeah, I actually didn't either, but kind of regret it. I reckon I could have had a serve after. It looks fun enough.
It does look fun.
Yeah, often you go down to a comp, you spend the whole day at the beach, and you're like, oh, I'm a bit windblown, I can't be bothered to serve after, but I reckon it's almost looking nice enough for me to head out after, potentially. But yeah, the boys are all sitting in a pretty close vicinity out there at the moment. Then he just came unstuck on. He snapped the nose off the board. So made a really quick in and out change of equipment.
Clean snap too.
Yeah, he'll be back out there really quickly. Lucky kind of with the beach you've got today, and I guess the lower tide, the paddle out's pretty easy. Like you know, can kind of stay busy and be straight back out there. Yeah, see, that's the board. Snapped right at the nose. But you can kind of not waste too much time getting waves and paddling back out because you're kind of straight back into the lineup.
Yeah.
And Macca, you can see him there just in the shorey. He'll be back out in no time, really. You watch people break their boards at J-Bay or something like that, and it's like a whole mission to get back in, or if it's like a really hard beachy to get back out, you kind of see people snap their boards or, you know, have to have an equipment change, and it's like takes up like, you know, 12 minutes of your heat.
Yeah.
It's a big mistake, but there's one, nothing too much there, but just staying busy. Might see a bit of a paddle battle here, potentially, between Macca and Josh Abrahams for third priority. You ever been in a paddle battle before?
I have.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. A few times. They're interesting. They're exhausting.
They are. It takes it out of you, hey?
Yeah, they are exhausting. Yeah, and then you get out the back, you feel like you're gonna vomit. And then sometimes you haven't even won it, and you're like, oh,
You wasted all your energy.
all that for nothing.
Especially if it's at like the start of the heat as well.
Oh,
and you still got the
yeah.
rest of the heat to go.
Yeah, heats. You can get so nervous. I feel like after my first wave, if it's a longer ride, I always feel like extra exhausted. Like I jump off,
Yeah.
I'm like, oof, like you're just so like nervous. It feels good to get the nerves out of the way after your first wave, but gosh, you can get so nervous. It feels feels sick after your first
Yeah.
wave. But yeah, all these boys would be looking to hopefully jump on the QS after being the Pro Juniors, then moving their way through to the Challenger and hopefully the CT. I think a lot of these guys would be aiming for.
Yeah, for sure.
So you kind of got to get used to those nerves. It's a nerve-wracking game. And that looks like I'm going to guess blue, Harry
Yeah.
O'Brien.
That's blue.
It's going to run into that deep water. We see there's a really good rip there for paddling out.
Yeah.
Like if you want to paddle out and not get your hair wet, that's the place.
Yeah, right there.
But yeah, if you're riding a wave into that, it does die out a fair bit. So yeah, bit of a lull. I'd say this has been a slower heat than the last.
Yeah, for sure.
You kind of have seen that happening. We'll have one really consistent heat and then one that's not so consistent. I feel like if you see, say maybe the heat before you was really busy, you might want to be preparing yourself for the fact that yours could be a little slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like when I see heats like that, I always have it in the back of my mind that
Yeah.
anything could happen.
Definitely. And Red is having a little look. Looks like a nice little ride. Little snap off there. Belts it right in the pocket. So that was Macca Hazard. He was looking for 3.93 to advance. A smaller wave, but could be the score. See what the judges reckon.
We've got a white on the left over here.
Just a little under the pocket carve down for Josh Abrahams. Yeah, so Macca Hazard, he has moved up into second position based on that last wave. I think it was a 4.23.
Yeah, 4.23.
Yeah, so even though it was small, the judges, I think that second turn was really nice, right in the pocket, pretty critical. Would have felt good for Macca.
Yeah, for sure.
So they rewarded it. It's blue. With a little air. And then green on the on the left, sorry. It's a nice looking wave. Bowley. Snap it off, but coming unstuck. Yeah, now there's a few sets rolling through. Boys opting not to go any of those. They were a bit quick.
Yeah.
It's nothing worse than using your priority on a closeout.
Yeah, no.
It's a
Worst feeling.
crap feeling, yeah. You take off and sometimes you're doubting yourself anyway before you take off and you're paddling into it like, oh yeah, I'll go, and yeah, nothing worse being caught behind and you're like, I just used my priority for that. So yeah, the boys not wanting to make that mistake out here today. It's just under 5 minutes remaining, 4:40 on the clock. It is still Harry O'Brien out with the lead. He's got the two mid-range scores, a 5.50 and a 5. Two high scores of the heat, so he's sitting in a comfortable position at the moment, you know. Even though they're both mid-range, none of the other competitors have been able to break that. Mateus, he is now in second. He jumped Maka. So Mateus got a 3.17 and a 2.83. And Maka, yeah, he's got the 4.23. So he's only looking for a 1.17 to jump Mateus. And he's got...
Yeah, sitting with priority
Yeah.
as well. So
Mm-hmm.
he'll be liking that.
Blue, I think. Or green. Green. Mateus. But yeah. Do you know, can you walk out on that big pier thing that we can see?
No idea.
It's down at Catherine Hill Bay, and there's a big pier. Like, it's like the most, like, it almost looks like, it reminds me of Huntington in a way.
That's what I was
Nothing like
thinking.
Huntington, like city beaches and stuff, but yeah, like it's as big as Huntington Pier, I'd say.
Huge.
But I went and tried to have a walk down there this morning before the comp started, and I just got to a dead end, but I was like, maybe there's another way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be a beautiful view.
Yeah, I feel like my dad's told me that they used to load coal on that
That'd be right.
back in the day.
Coal country, right?
Yes.
This is where we are. Yeah. Rich history and culture around this area.
For sure.
You know, it's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like a little, like, behind us here, there's like these little beach shacks, like, does feel like a little coal town. I can imagine, like, back in the day. It's kind of still got the old little vibe.
The little coal cottages.
Yeah, it's super cute. Oh, I've got white. Yeah, paddled really hard for that one, but it just kind of closed down on him there, unfortunately. Just under 2 minutes remaining. It's kind of getting down to crunch time for Maka, so even though he's looking for a 177, he's going to try and... He's got priority. Hopefully he's going to try and turn on anything at this point. Well, not at this point. He'll see if there's a set, maybe, but...
Doesn't look like much.
Yeah, just looking on the horizon, there doesn't look like too much, which is kind of scary times for Maka. You don't want to come in and your parents say, you needed a 177. I've definitely been in that situation.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
for sure.
It's actually, you wouldn't believe sometimes how hard it is to get like such a small score, especially if it's like a bit of a closeout. I've definitely been in positions where you'd be closing out a little too much, and I just, you take off on one, you can't do anything on it, even though you need a small score. But it looks like there's some lines rolling through. The boys are looking for something.
Mac is having a look at this one.
Gosh, it might close out on him. Oh, well, I kind of jinxed him there, but yeah. Gosh, he's got 30 seconds. I'd be kicking and screaming on my way back out there to try and get another one.
I feel like losing by small scores is always the worst.
Oh, isn't it? Yeah.
Like the thought knowing you could have got it.
Yeah. It hurts even more. Oh gosh, is he gonna get in time? Yeah, he is. Oh my god. Oh no. That might be all over for Macca Hazard, but Harry O'Brien and Mateus will roll on through, and we will throw to a quick ad break, but we'll see you for Heat 3 after that one.
us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch these here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told, and then I got more anxious because they said come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start, but then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year, like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like he said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked, no matter how old or young.
All right, welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro. We're in heat 4 of the men's round of 48.
Yeah, so I'm here with Olivia Hughes. I'm Arabella Tarpey, and yeah, it's day 1 of the Redhead Pro Junior, although we are not at Redhead. We're actually at Catherine Hill Bay, which is just down the road, about 15-20 minute drive from Redhead. Stunning conditions, as you can see on the webcast. Not too much wind, and I think it's going to stay this way throughout the day. Nice waves on offer as well. We've had, some very close heats throughout the morning.
A couple big scores as well. So
Yes. So very important comp for a lot of these competitors, as it's the last comp before the qualifier for the Australian junior title. So a lot of these boys trying to get as many points as they can from this comp. As we see Blue up and riding, just the one turn there for Corey Roberts. So, yeah, we have a 4-man heat. We have Felix Burns in the red, Corey Roberts in the blue, Isaac Brown in the green, and Jai Peg in the white. So looks like that first wave of white locked in at a 2.50 started, and first wave of blue a 2.43. So great way to get a score on the board, gets you a bit of confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Always like starting out early with a score.
Yeah. We've seen today that a lot of the heat winners have been the competitors that have stayed busy, have caught lots of waves. In the first heat especially, we saw one competitor hold down priority for the whole heat and just unfortunately didn't get any sets to show his potential. So the surfers that stayed busy and were getting those lower scores progressed on through. So, yeah. So important to keep the hustle going as we see Red.
That one big turn.
Yeah.
The judges have been liking this morning, the one turn.
Oh, definitely. When they see that spray off the back, he did look for another one, but the wave just
kind of just fizzled out into that
fizzled
rip
out.
there.
Some of them have linked through, but it's pretty rare to find a gem to the lineup. So we see Green comes around this section and just got a bit caught up as he went for the foam climb. So, yeah, it is getting slightly easier to see the colours with the glare.
Yes.
It was proving very difficult in those first two heats, and it still is. So bear with us if we need to take a second, as blue and green can look very much the same. But yes, it's definitely lifted and dreamy conditions out there, as you can see.
Looks like we've got white paddling on the left. One turn there, looking for a second. Gets it.
And blue on the one behind it. Straight up into the lip and went for a foam climb. So slightly bigger wave, but didn't get more than 2 turns in. So be interesting to see what the judges decide with those ones.
Yeah, definitely. That wave of white then was very busy to celebrate about, but there was a few nice ones.
Yeah, for sure. He had the length of ride, but a smaller wave. And yeah, nothing too, I guess, dangerous or risky.
Yeah.
The judges love to see that risk in the surfing, and that's what they really want to reward.
Yeah, we've seen a couple airs this morning with Red.
Yep, so we have, looks like Red.
One big turn again.
Yeah, so that is Felix Burns from Merriweather Board Riders. So a local, well, I guess maybe 40 minutes up the road.
Local-ish.
Yeah, in the local region.
Yeah.
I mean, I moved to Newcastle in February and I still hadn't been to Catherine Hill Bay until today. So
Right. I think Corey in the blue might be a local as well, if I'm not mistaken. He's from Frenchman's.
In the Newcastle area. Might come in handy.
Yeah.
As we see Green up and riding. So that is
Isaac Brown.
in the round of 56. And he's from Nora Head, I believe.
Nice.
As well as Blue.
Oh, just couldn't get down that one there. Got a bit caught up.
Yeah, it's very challenging for the guys out there just trying to stay busy. But we do have the set priority board in play. So they're going to be having a paddle battle to see who will be given first priority. This can be a bit of a step up for these competitors that are just progressing on through from the junior comps that don't have established priority. So it can be a lot to get used to and try misusing it by paddling for a wave and not catching it.
For sure. This one's white up on the right.
Yeah, that was nice. He looked happy with that when he rode out.
Yeah, he did.
Nice and clean. So just under 12 minutes. It's been quite busy this last few minutes. So we'll just wait on that score and then we'll give a situation for those of you at home.
It's like blue or green maybe.
Yeah, it looked like green.
I want to say that's green.
Yeah, so that is Isaac Brown. Currently in 4th position. And white. Also, it's now out the back with first priority and the lead. So he has a 5.17 and a 4.93. We are just waiting on a few scores for the other surfers as they're paddling back out, wanting to get a spot in their priority line.
Yeah, for sure. They're loving that rip today, pulling them straight back out.
Yeah.
Off the right.
It's very strong. Yeah. You can see it just run straight back into the lineup. Would be nice to see a close paddle battle for priority like you see on the CT. Yeah. Can be quite entertaining. I haven't seen that this morning, but
we almost had one in the last heat, but not quite.
Yeah, when they're right on top of each other, just scratching for it.
One kind of just gave up.
Oh, okay. Ran out of energy.
Yeah.
So we see Red gathering lots of speed down the line and goes to the air, but fortunately just coming unstuck as that wind has just picked up as we speak. Bit of a gust. So he obviously noticed that and thought, I'm going to go to the air.
Yeah.
Use the wind to my advantage. So just under 10 minutes and situation, so Red in the lead, White coming in second. We have Corey Robards in the blue sitting in third, needing a 4.26 to advance in second place, and Isaac Brown sitting in fourth, needing a 4.26.
Had a situation change there that we just saw.
Yeah. So it looks like I think a score came in for White, but no one shifted in the ranking. So it was still Red first, White second, Green third, and Blue in fourth. Although White now holds first priority. Yeah, that wind has really picked up. Just as I said, the wind was hopefully going to stay nice and light. Although compared to everywhere else this morning,
for sure.
It was crazy. I checked Merriweather and Dewey on the way here. Not a soul to be seen anywhere in the water. So to turn up at Catherine Hill Bay and see a few hundred people out, obviously all the eager Groms preparing. And a lot of the girls out there as well getting ready for their round of 16 that starts tomorrow at Redhead. As we see Blue up and riding. Tags the end section. And he was happy with that. Kicked out.
I think he liked that one.
So, it's a pretty close heat. Lots of waves ridden by all the surfers. I think they've probably watched the heats throughout the morning and observed that the people progressing through were the ones catching lots of waves and staying busy.
Yeah, not too busy, and it's caught them out in the end. But like you said earlier, the ones who stay busy are the ones who get through. So
just 20-minute heats, and I mean, it can seem like a lot of time when you're watching it, but being out in the water, it goes very quick.
Yes.
I've had a lot of heats over the years that I've blinked and I don't know where it went.
Yeah.
So you've got to be very smart with wave choice. As Blue, just the one turn again, but he did flare, got the fins loose. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that one. And lots of waves. We've got another set approaching. Red had a look, but that one just kind of closing out across the beach. We've definitely got the best bank on the beach, I think.
Yeah, for sure. That it's peeling both left and right, so can't complain today about the waves.
Yeah, a few people warming up north and south of the comp bank, but we do have quite a large comp area that the competitors can sit between the flags, although they're all opting to sit on this prominent right-hander bank. that seems green. Potentially green. We'll just wait for the score on that one.
Yeah, that right definitely seems to be opting more now.
Yeah.
Seeing red on it now. Throughout the morning, the left's just kind of faded away. But
yeah, it's been an interesting one. Most competitors, sitting on the right, but we have seen the odd good left. They come, once every 40 minutes, I would say. So it's just whether it's in the timing that it happens to be your heat. But yeah, very fickle, as most beach breaks are.
Yeah.
You could watch this for hours and sit out there and it would break in a different spot. So you just got to be ready to change. As we see the surfers for the next heat heading down. So that will still be the round of 48, but that will be heat 5. So, yeah, in that one we have Cruz Ryan in the red, Keenan Crisp in the blue, and Max McGillivray in the white, and Mateus Bursot in the green. So stacked 4-man heats. So many men in this Pro Junior, all wanting those points. It'll be interesting to have a look at the rankings and see as we get to finals day tomorrow. Will be interesting. Those that need to make the finals to qualify for the World Championships. All right, so just under 5 minutes, and the situation still remains the same. So we have red still in the first. We have blue that's gone into second, actually. So, yeah, blue's last wave was a 4.00. So that brought him up into second.
We see white going for the left.
Yeah, some nice surfing there. Puts together a few turns. Ooh.
Oh, manages to make it over that back
Yeah,
wall.
beach breaks are. You never know what you're going to deal with. It is white and green looking for scores to progress on through this round. And we're waiting on that last score of white.
It will be.
Another one down to the wire. And that wind's just picking up a bit more. But this could make it interesting. We might see a few of the guys going to the air a bit more. We haven't seen too many scores past the 7, 8 range. So it would be nice to see maybe a 10.
Yeah, that'd be
or in
nice.
the 9s. But I think, obviously needing the score, you've got to do. But both of these boys only needing, 3.38 for white and 4.03. So they don't need to do anything big. They just need to get a nice wave, probably 2 turns.
Yeah.
And they're on the road through to the next round. Yeah, so many waves. His backhand, nice style. Gets really low in the bottom turn and straight up into the lip. So
White's also just jumped up into second place as well from that last wave.
Into third. A little bit of a situation change, although I think we're still waiting on one score.
That last score for White will be a nice one as well.
Yeah, so I think we'll wait on that last score. But this is going to be close.
It is.
Just over 2 minutes. So we see the surfers in the next heat are already making their way out. They want it. They all want it really bad. Red's been pretty cruising. He's not too far in the lead, but he's had that well established since the beginning.
He established his foundation pretty early. So
he's pretty much been playing the waiting game. He doesn't seem too phased by what the other competitors are doing. So I believe the scores are in. So, the situation is remaining as seen on screen. So we see... so blue and green both needing scores. Was last 7. So that furthered White's second position spot, now making it harder for Corey and Isaac to knock him off that second position.
Yeah, for sure. Wright's come out pretty hard in the last probably 10 minutes, just going. But
yeah. That 5.07 is going to feel good.
Yeah.
That's his best.
He can't not be happy with how he surfed. He's done pretty good.
For sure. So just under 1 minute. It's going to be interesting to see as red still holds priority. That looked like green using second priority. So we see on screen he lost his second priority. So white now in a better position with second priority and in second position. So he's got to use this priority to his advantage to block, I guess, advance.
Yeah, for sure. With 11 seconds on the clock, he's not going to want to risk anything. We've seen it happen many times, the last-minute buzzer beaters.
Yeah, red just got that one turn in, and it looks like that's it. That will be the results for that round of 46. Corey Roberts and Isaac Brown, unfortunately, not making it through, but Felix Burns and Jai Peg will be seeing them through in the next round.
Yeah.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. A couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was skin checked every year like I've been told to do. And I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it. the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked, no matter how old or young.
Welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Mac Pro Junior. We are in the round of 48 now of the men's, and out in the water we have Heat 5. I'm joined by Jacko Baker in the booth. Well, it's not really a booth.
Oh, we can say booth. It's like a booth tent.
Tent booth.
Tent booth.
Chairs.
Tomorrow we're going to be in luxury. We're going to have lounges, ice cold beverages. We'll be pretty comfy tomorrow. We've got to get through today, which we're not complaining.
Yeah, stunning day out here.
Stunning day. Just a little bit of wind, but you get that sometimes.
Yep.
The wind brings waves though, and we've got pretty fun waves down here at Catherine Hill Bay. I shouldn't say this on the webcast, but we have had a spill. We've had a chair malfunction. Not me. But back to the surfing. Keen and Crisp in the blue. Good start. 5.83 and a 3.83. So, hey, that's a great start.
That is a solid way to get started. Didn't waste time at all.
It's quite tricky out there today. I watched the last heat quite closely. It's really straight, the bank, but there is some nice corners, and it looks like Keenan has found them a little bit more comfortable than the other fellas. As we see, White, little Max McGillivray, big frontside finner there, and he rides out. Wow.
That was nice.
That was a big one turn, and he's found his way over to the little left root bowl here, a little bit more down the beach to the north. He's still kind of working it over here. So here we got a replay. Wow.
Woods today.
Watched any surf movies of late, you would see clips of Ryan Callan here doing airs in front of the nice pier we have on the southern end. It's a nice little southern corner, like I've said 4 times already, but it's protected from the wind, and we're just lucky that we got some good conditions for day 1 here. And then I'd say day 2 and finals day tomorrow, we're going to be also blessed with some beautiful conditions, I would say.
Yeah, hopefully back to Redhead tomorrow, but still just dependent on conditions. Yeah.
I had a look a little bit before. I'm not a surf forecaster, but I can read. The swell tomorrow does look good, and looks like the winds are going to go around to the northwest into the northeast direction, which is fantastic for Redhead. It's almost offshore there for that. So as we see Red up and riding, I think this is Cruz Ryan with one big turn there, but unfortunately not able to stick it.
Yeah, it didn't need a huge score, just looking for a 4.32. Trying to go big. The boys all pushing each other. There's a lot of points on the line. A lot of the boys trying to qualify for the Junior World Championships as well. And I believe this is the last stop of the Australian Tour.
Wow, okay. Well,
the Pro Junior. So
this is an important one. So I reckon later in the draw, probably into tomorrow, we'll probably be getting the rankings up, maybe live rankings, and looking at who I'm pretty sure, don't quote me, I think it might be top 4 on the men's side go to the Worlds. We'll have to get confirmation on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be looking close at those rankings to who is sitting in those top 4 positions and what people need to, I guess, get their spot in the Junior World titles. Do you know where they're held?
I'm not sure.
That might be a little bit of... we might have to do a little bit of admin.
It'll be next year,
It'll be next year somewhere. It used to be... I said it earlier, back in my day. I feel old saying that. But back in my day, it was in Portugal, where we just had one of the last Challenger Series events at Ribeira de Las in Ericeira in Portugal. So I don't think it's there anymore, but I remember it's been some great years they've had there. So I would say that they'll be somewhere pretty cool, pretty good
Yeah.
waves.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, they've changed it the last year. Where was it? Having a mind blank.
Oh, they had it at Oceanside. So it could be at Oceanside again over in the States.
Yep.
Let's have a look. We're going 25, full year review. They've
Says
only got the
blue.
World Tour up there at the moment, which doesn't really help us. So we will figure that out. But that one big turn that we've seen from Max McGilvray has popped in at a 7.17. So one big turn, netting a 7.17. If anyone, I know there might be some kids down here sitting in the car, trying not to keep their eyes on the conditions. We've got a live webcast here. If you're watching, that's what you can do quite well, I would say. Keen and Crisp out in the lead in the blue with a 5.83 and a 3.83. Max in second with the 7.17. So Max only needing a 2.5 to jump into the lead with a few waves on the way.
Looks like blue.
Current heat leader.
Yeah, 2-turn combo on the backhand. He's just rolling with that momentum he's got going. Seems to be in the right spot, and that's what we've seen this morning. The surfers that have stayed busy, kept catching lots of waves, have just kept the ball rolling and ended up progressing on through. So, yeah, that was the current heat leader we're waiting on a score from. And white, that is Max holds first priority.
I was going to say Big Maxi, but he's also Little Maxi. I don't know too much about young Max, but I do know one of his really close friends, an older guy that I get to travel with, Cal Robson. He has only good things to say about young Max. Very talented young lad. I'm pretty sure he's still quite young. I would say that this is one of, maybe not his first junior, but he's definitely not at the higher part of, like, he's not in that 18, 19 area. I think he's around the, I'm going to guess 15, 16 maybe. So it's cool though. I remember there's a lot of guys that we used to do the pro juniors with. You start early, get your ranking up, and it's good to test yourself against a few of the older boys, and then you'll get the guys at the higher part of the juniors. We'll see tomorrow or maybe later this afternoon. You got Huey Vaughan and Winter Vincent, which have also both been in Challenger Series events. So at the higher part of, wow, first turn there from White was beautiful, and he gets a second. So
that was nice.
Young Max isn't looking like young Max. That was some really, really good surfing there. So, as we said, the replay, huge frontside carve there, and then nice little second turn. So, I'll say Max is going to go to the lead with that last wave quite convincingly. He's definitely not surfing like he's a young fella, surfing with a lot of experience here in the Pro Junior. So,
yeah, it's really hard to tell how old the boys out are. They're all surfing beyond their years. But the age range can vary. You've got little groms pushing themselves, wanting to get that exposure in pro juniors, and then right up until, you've got winter and boys that are 20 that have just got off the Challenger and going back through.
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised. I had a quick look through the draw earlier, and Winter managed to finish 18th on the Challenger Series this year, so that automatically requalifies him for next year's Challenger, which is a huge accomplishment. First year on the Challengers, came into Brazil with a mathematical chance of qualifying. So for him to be back here on the Pro Junior level, I'd say he would love to go to the World Juniors, try push himself into that. And I mean, it's pretty crazy when you've got someone like that that's back here on the Pro Juniors and just come from the Challenger Series. So it shows how good all these events are, that he has still got these Pro Juniors back here in Australia. But to go travel the world with, I know I get to travel with him until I'm 27 now, so I've been doing the challenges and stuff for a while, but to have him at such a young age at the highest part of the sport, it shows how much talent we have in Australia at the moment. It's very, very exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of these boys, doing the Pro Juniors, also doing the QSs. We have the QS on in the Philippines at the moment,
I think
Cloud
it might
9.
start today, potentially.
Yeah, I think it did.
We could be doubling up on the webcast. So we might be fighting over a bit of airtime.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Obviously, Winter and the other boys have opted for the Pro Junior at Redhead over the qualifying series. So I'm sure they have their reason, as would be to qualify for the World
Juniors. And Winter has the spot on the challenges already sewn up for next year. As we see Max again, up and down. Max is last, a 6:17, so gone out to a pretty comfortable lead here. I'd say, guys, I'm going to get the draw up here. We'll have a look through the main round of this event. I've kind of made it hard for myself here. It's round of 32. So we got guys like Kobe Clements, Huey Vaughan, Fletch Kelleher, Ben Zanata Cray, Winter Vincent, like we just spoke about, Ty Richardson, Zaya Hession, Mitchell Peterson. There's Willis Drumer and local fella Ocean Lancaster. So guys like Winter, Huey, Willis, all those boys would be looking to go to those World Juniors, which I would say would be early next year. As we see Red, little up and down there. I'm going to get the rankings up here
came unstuck there.
See what we got. Junior rankings. Here we go. Australasia. So, looks like, so a few of the guys that have already done quite well. Looks like Marlon Harrison, Lennox Smith, Dane Henry, the top 3 at the moment are in the Philippines.
Yep.
So, I'd say, I don't know if you would say their position sealed up for the World Juniors, but they're backing themselves that they want to go do those 5 stars for the challenges as well next year. We got the 5-star that we were just talking about in the Philippines, and then there's a 5-star in Taiwan, and then there's a 5-star just before Christmas in China. So there's a bit of a big Asian leg at the end of this year for the regional QS, which is a shared sanction event between Asia, you'd say Australasia.
Australasia,
So we got a few coming up next year. The schedule hasn't quite been released for the regionals for here next year, but it looks like our young Australians are going to the Asian region for the chance to finish top 10. I think it's top 10 or top 8 in the Australian region, not for the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these junior events are amazing. You've got the older boys looking for that Challenger Series spot to really test themselves against guys like Jacob Wilcox, Morgan Siblick, Cal Robson, maybe an old boy like myself sometimes. But, it's really cool. There's so many events. I mean, you said you've done QSs yourself. We're so lucky with what we have in our region.
Yeah.
I feel like we're one of the lucky regions with how many events we have on. For the next generation, the best way to get better at competing is being in the events. And you know all about that as well. So
yeah, for sure. It was pretty exciting to get the news about the Challenger Series as well.
Yep.
Next
Challenger
year
Series here at
in
Nui.
Merriweather. So, yeah, that was big news for Nui Town.
We're frothing. I had caught wind of it quite early in the piece and all the discussions of it all, and had to keep it on the hush-hush. But nah, I mean, hats off to Warren, the local Newcastle Council. Thank you to the Port of Newcastle for the support to be able to get that event up and running. I mean, we've been so lucky to have Surfest for so many years, and now for Surfest to be now a Challenger Series. It feels like we've had the CT here in the COVID year. We've had the Pro Junior now, which is a part of Surfest as well. And we're just so lucky that we just got such a good region, such good support from the government, and just to have more events here. Like as a local, I'm so lucky to have. That's my first event next year, like first proper event. So to be at home, sleeping in my own bed with my family around it, it's a dream come true to be able to start my year in that way. And I mean, I think a lot of the Australians as well, to be able to just be here at home to start the Challenger Series on home turf is amazing. So I'm glad that we're able to keep that role going.
For sure. No, that's pretty special, like a big announcement, big news for sure. I haven't run into anyone in the surf that hasn't been talking about it.
There'd be still a few people whinging about it. They go, it's going to get more crowded, but that's just, I mean, it's a big event. It's
There hasn't been many I've heard. Like, I don't know, you usually get that side, but
there's always
someone
surf
as well.
There's always someone whinging, or about the crowds and this and that. But nah, to be able to have the event, and even the chance for even the super young generation here in Newcastle or in the area to be able to watch the top Challenger Series guys come to town, get to see what it's all about. I mean, most of my childhood was watching Surfest, and I've got that to thank for where I am today. That's kind of inspired me to keep pushing at the sport and doing what we love. Like, everyone that surfs loves surfing, and then us competitors really love the competing side as well. So it'll be great to have everyone in town, and I think that's going to be early June by the sounds of it. So Challenger Series is pushed a little later this year. I think we started in April last year, but now they're doing the new schedule for the World Tours out, and they're doing 7 events before the cut now. So they've had to push the Challenger Series a touch back, which June in Newcastle is a lot better than that April, March mark.
Ideal.
So a lot more southerly swells like we have today. As we see green on the inside, going for the Aeroverse. Unfortunately, not able to keep that one under his feet. Situation hasn't really changed in the last 6 to 7 minutes. White's still in the lead, and Blue, who had that flyer start, really quick start, is still in second.
Yeah, Matthias went to the air. He only needed a 5.0, so didn't really need to. But, yeah, the wave didn't offer too much scoring potential, so it's the wave selection, I think.
We did see a really big air earlier. I wasn't commentating that heat, but Phoenix Vischer did a big frontside air reverse on the left and netted an 817. So you get the right section, you get the right wave. That's the crazy thing with the new generation. And then you think back in the day, you need a 5. No one's doing airs, but now you can. If you've got little airs on lock and you take off on a big closeout, it's like a cheat code nearly. If you can have that in your repertoire, and be able to throw that out pretty comfortably, it's very exciting. As we see Blue looking to better his situation with 20 seconds on the clock. He's got a little right here, looking zingy.
Nice, smooth surfing.
He's looking good too. Just kind of gets in that little gutter there, but counting this one down in, I'm not going to count down like the beach commentator. I'll let it do it, but that was a good heat. We're slowly getting into this more important round. The scores are getting bigger, 13 points. I think that might be one of the bigger totals of the day. So coming into that, and we'll probably head on into a break, and we'll catch us on the other side.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch these here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year, like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it. The bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Alrighty, we are back. Round of 48, heat number 6. We are trotting our way through the day. As we see, green, Toby Holly, nice start there.
Yeah,
Two-turn combo.
Was green. It is hard to see with this glare. It was pretty brutal the first 2 heats.
Yeah, this morning was tricky.
Any of the colours apart, like they all looked the same.
So you had to guess off surfing, which is hard when you don't know the certain surfers. I mean, I haven't watched a pro junior for a fair while, I would say, so I don't know too many of these younger kids. Hopefully tomorrow when we get into the girls, I'll need your help with identifying who they are and a bit of backstory on that. We might have to do a bit of research tonight.
Yeah, I feel like I'm quite familiar with the women's draw, and I thought I knew the men's, but
maybe I'll study the men's and you study the women's, and we'll come back tomorrow and we should know a bit more. We know what we're talking about in the surf side, but don't necessarily have much of a backstory of many of the athletes. I do know a bit about Red in this one, Lex O'Connor. I think he's a psychopath. He has surfed Shipsterns Bluff.
Really?
Yep. First time he went down there, he had a very, very decent crack.
He's from Freshwater Board Riders.
Freshwater Board Riders. And, yeah, he went down with, I think, Dill Longbottom.
Yep.
And Tim Benythan, I think it was the back end of last year. I did a bit of commentary around the Youth Slash and Bash, which is down at Frenchman's Beach, just actually quite close to here. And, I ended up getting my hands on a clip of him out Shippies. And, it was quite crazy. So he's in the Pro Juniors and he's having a crack at Shippies. So he's definitely cut from a different cloth, I reckon.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how he deals with the conditions today, if he's an all-rounder in small and big waves, but I'm sure he is.
I think he is. I think I do remember back at the Youth Slash and Bash, I think it might have been the under-18s, and I think he might have taken the win. So kind of similar conditions that day. Like, I mean, most contests are quite grovelly. Even when it's solid, it's usually still tricky. There is those days where we get, I know, those stunning, beautiful days of waves, but most of the time our events are in pretty, I shouldn't say lackluster, but like we never get pumping waves. We're not the world tour. Yeah. Even they struggle to get the best waves sometimes. So, yeah, that's the best part of this grassroots Australian surfing. I mean, everyone just competitive surfing, you just got to deal with the conditions and embrace it, I guess.
Definitely, you got to make the most of what's out there, and today definitely have done that with the move to where we are. We were supposed to be at Redhead Beach, and we've moved down
the coast. Whoa,
yeah,
green with a big one turner there. That was, I'd love to get a replay of that one and we'll dissect it. But he got up there on really late on a tight section, as we see Red taking a quick spill. But yeah, green. Toby Holly was a big one turn there. I know a little bit about Toby as well. Pretty sure he's from up saltwater way. Is my guess.
I'm not sure. North. I'm from
You're
south,
south.
so anyone far south or south coast, I've kind of know, but north is
As we see,
different breed.
Yeah, 100%. We're all New South Welsh men and women. I'd say most of the kids in this event. I'd say this because this is a pro junior. This is Australia wide. I'd say we have a good mix of New South Wales, Queensland, maybe Victorian.
Yeah.
I don't know too much. We should probably figure that out. But last of green, I caught just the back end of that one backside snap, and it's come in at a 6.17. So big score, pretty solid score there for green. That's a good start to the heat.
Yeah, that's how you want to be starting your heat.
Oh.
That's one of the highest scores. We haven't seen too many scores today, really, over the 7-8 point range.
It's been 1-8, I think.
Yeah. Be nice to see a 9 or a 10.
I reckon we're coming into the back end of the second round. So heat 6 of the round of 48, we'll have 7 and 8. And then we will find ourselves going into the men's round of 32, which is, like we chatted about last heat. You'll be starting to see, I think, Huey Vaughan's in the first heat. Winter Vincent's in 4 or 5. You're getting into those kind of top seed kind of mark of the juniors. I think Winter, Huey are all kind of at the top of the rankings. So we're going to dissect that in the next rest of today and into tomorrow. What scenarios there is to finish in that top part of this to qualify for the World Juniors, where we're yet to kind of know where it is yet. I think, don't quote me, I'm pretty sure they've put it back at Oceanside.
Yeah.
But after I get off the booth here, I might go do a bit of research and find that out so I can come back and spill the right information.
For sure. And I'm sure those surfers seeded through as well have done the math, they've analysed, they know where they are and what they need to do to get it done. It's just a matter of doing it. So, yeah,
100%.
we're going to crunch the numbers and see tomorrow. It's going to be entertaining. It's going to be make or break for a lot of these surfers in the men's and women's needing the points to qualify for those World Championship event. We saw Blue.
He's he got a big wave, but it just died in that hole. And I see him on the little left link up down the beach, but it just didn't really eventuate. The original look of the wave looked really, really good, and it just unfortunately died through that middle bit.
Yeah, we haven't seen much scoring potential through that kind of rip at the end. The judges not rewarding length of wave really through there. They're looking for the big flare 1 or 2 turns.
As we see,
Green?
Must be green again. Another one big turn. Out the back, we've got red having a good look.
Oh, this one's shaping up.
This has got a big one section here. Bang. Thanks for coming. That's another one big turn there. So we had back-to-back sets there. One major turn. Which one did you like more, green or red?
I liked reds. I thought that was critical. A bigger wave.
I'm going to have to go with you there. We see white, maybe another wave of the set here. In and out for white.
Yeah, so we'll see the scores drop in for blue and red and what the judges thought of the two styles. Red getting the right that he milked all the way to the shore, and then we had red just the one vertical snap on a bigger wave.
It was a big section, big turn. We hinted at that he's had a crack at shippies, so I doubt that section had any bit of nervousness. I'd say he would have been completely fine looking at that 2-foot section there. And then score comes in. What do we got?
It looks like it came in at a 6.33 for red.
So best wave of the heat.
Yep.
Toby Holly's one turn earlier in the heat, 6.17. Lex O'Connor goes one better with a 6.33. I think we may still have a score for green to drop. Am I right there?
Yeah, I think we're waiting on a score.
Because he had the one before red, so...
Yeah, so blues came in at a 5-0.
That might have been his first two.
Oh, was that?
He's got one more to come in.
Okay, so we are. So Reds came in before Blues.
If Reds come in before Blue, we're still waiting for a score from Blue. And then Green's last, Toby Holly, 5-2-3. So good exchange there. A 5-2-3 on the first wave of the set. And then a 6-3-3 on the second wave of the set. So those two boys are out in front. We have White. I think is that Luke? Luke with first priority. Not really in this heat as of yet, score-wise. Still 7.5 minutes on the clock. Ample opportunity out there. And then we've got Dane down there in fourth in the blue with a 4-5 with another score to drop, which I don't think it's going to be close to his 4-5. So he's looking for a 4-6-7 at the moment. So
yeah, I think judges are probably just comparing that exchange and really wanting to make sure this is a crucial part of the heat. So they want to make sure they get those scores right. And this is a great, telltale for people in the next heats to see what the judges are looking for, what they're awarding. Are they looking for those bigger sections, one turn, or are they looking for a longer ride on the right? So have a nice set approaching, but first one just a bit
looks like the swell's building, but looks like maybe wave 2 of the set might have a bit better line on it here. Red's having a look. Green, no takers. So first and second had a look at it there. They're kind of in a position where they don't really need to take off on anything right now. White with priority. Last of Blue, Dane Lewis, was a 4. So Judd just didn't mind the first turn, but just didn't eventuate to much more. As we see Green looking on the edge here. Current 8 leader, Toby Holly. Another nice one turn there. I don't know if that's going to go into his top 2, but Toby seemed to be finding those nice lefts.
Yeah, he's staying busy for sure. You see Reds trying to ask for a situation update from the beach announcer. Just under 6 minutes as we'll see the boys in Heat 7. So we'll have Seren Smith in the red, Dylan Fall in the blue, Jack McDonald in the white, and Joshua Levy in the green. So both white and green have already surfed today, having to show that they can make it through the rounds. So they started in the round of 56, progressed on through to the round of 48, where we are at the moment in Heat 6. So, it looks like scores have locked in. We have the situation on the screen. And priority is with White, who's currently in 4th. So, he needs a 6.2 to move up into 2nd, which is completely doable.
There's been plenty of 6s today. They're out there. And from what we've seen, it's only been one big turn on a bigger wave as we come down to the 5-minute mark. He's given himself the opportunity. 5 to go, first priority. Anything's possible. I mean, it's not over till it's over. As we see Red, Lex looking like he wants to try better. His second wave, nice little click there. And a second little wiggle. I think, I'm no judge. I think he's going to better marginally.
Yeah.
Back up of a 283. I could see that being a 3.
Don't think it's going to get him into that
It's
first
not a
position.
5. If that's a 507, I'll go swimming. I'll go swimming. It's not even that cold. I even say
That's a reward.
But I'm not going swimming anyway. So 3.2. There you go. So is a 3. It's in the 3. So he's betted, pushing Blue's requirement to a 5.04 and pushing White's out just marginally a bit more to a 6.56. So doable scores here. 3rd and 4th in first and second priority. So pending set, definitely a doable outcome here. As we see, Red, second place, on a little left. Fortunately, not much in that one.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game, really. 3.5 minutes. All manageable, doable scores. They can all do it. All very strong competitors. It's just going to be a mind game, really, especially for White holding down that priority. He's got to weigh up how long he wants to wait for that score. And I think he's just going to have to wait it out.
Yeah.
He's waited for that priority.
He's got first priority. 3 minutes remaining. There has been probably set every 5. We haven't had a set for a while. He's a little bit more north than the usual peak. There looks like there's a second wave of the set here. It might be a little straight. It looks like it has a little edge on it. He has
letting it go.
Let it go, surprisingly. Current heat leader Toby Holly up and riding. Big turn there. And if he gets us, if he got a second there, that would have been a massive mistake from White. As we see Blue, that's a big section. What's he got? Oh my. And we have White out the back. This heat could turn upside down here. Whoa, White went for like the air reverse off a late section. Dane in the blue. Is it Dane?
Dane, yeah.
Dane Lewis in the blue, needing a 5.04. I'm going to go out on a limb. He gets it. He's going, what's he got, a 4.5? I reckon he's going to go close to the lead here. It's probably the biggest individual turn I've seen all day. The air from Phoenix Vischer was fantastic, but it wasn't on that bigger section. That was a big section, critical airdrop. As we have a replay here of the current heat leader, Toby Holly.
Yeah, if he'd landed this second,
he was bettering his situation for sure.
So we're definitely going to see a situation. I agree with that Blue. That was insane. I have not seen a turn like that at all today.
Big section, committed.
Yep, he just went for it.
And he was one of those ones we're talking about. He was third. With second priority. Created some space, got himself a little bit away from White. I was quite surprised that White didn't go that one.
I was surprised.
I can't exactly remember back where White was in that state of when Blue got that one, but it was definitely, you could tell by the wave, it was the biggest one that had broken. It had the corner. 50 seconds remaining. I will say that Lex O'Connor's in a bit of trouble here. So wait for this score for Blue to drop. It doesn't look like there's too much on the horizon. So Red, I smell trouble for Red. Lex O'Connor.
Definitely. I think, the judges thinking critically. They know this is the make or break for a big surfer out of the draw. Bit of an upset.
I would say an upset.
Yeah, but we're just waiting on that score for confirmation.
It's going to be 20 seconds.
We're waiting on that last wave of green.
Here goes Reddy sniffing around the inside. I don't think this has much scoring potential on it.
He knows.
So this one's all wrapped up with a massive score from Blue to drop. So I'd say we'll be on hold here for a little bit. I don't know what's going to happen here.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years, maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Let's Surf Pro Junior presented by Lake Macquarie City. We are down here at Catherine Hill Bay. I am joined here with Liv, and we are currently in the round of 48, Heat 7. Who have we got out there today?
Alright, so we've got in the red, we've got Soren Smith. In the blue, we've got Dylan Falk. In the white, we've got Jack McDonald. And in the green, we've got Joshua Levy.
Yeah, so fun looking conditions out there. Jack, he's started off with a 317. And is it Soren Smith? He has got a minor score of a 1.07. So, yeah, we're coming to the last few heats of the round of 48, and then we will head into the round of 32. It's all men's today, and then we'll likely be back at Redhead for finals day, where we'll see the women's kick off for their round of 16, and then into the boys' round of 16, and through to the finals. There's a bit on the line for this event. It is the last WSL Pro Junior of the year, and the top two in the rankings will be heading to the WSL World Juniors later this year. As we see Josh Levy,
Jack McDonald, I think. Was that white or green, maybe?
I think that was green.
Yeah, Josh Levy in green.
Josh Levy just getting his first wave off there, opting to go left. The tide is coming in. We've got a high tide later this afternoon. We had a low tide at around 10:30 this morning, which saw kind of quick and straight conditions, but it seems to be kind of getting better out there, which is cool. Dylan Foal. Nice layback there, but just doesn't ride out. And then at the back of him,
looks like white.
Jack McDonald. Snuff off the end section, and he's gonna make his way back out. Just some small scores so far, but there's still around 16 minutes on the clock plenty of time for these boys. But yeah, as I said, all hoping to kind of climb up the rankings during this last event, hoping to qualify for the World Junior titles. Might have been Dylan Fall. Yeah. A lot of our top seeds, so Marlon Harrison and Lennox Smith, I believe, they're overseas in the Philippines competing at a QS. So without them in the draw, it does leave a lot of wiggle room for boys a little further down the ranks to jump up and potentially make it into the top two. Because without them, they're not able to defend their spot or their points. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what changes up. It'll be really exciting.
So red, Soren Smith up on the left.
Yeah, nice crack off the top there. Have you grown up? You grew up in Newcastle, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Born and raised.
Yeah, awesome. It is awesome around here.
Yeah, so
I've been just visited here a couple times competing. I did this QS actually back in the day. Well, not that long ago, maybe a couple of years ago at Redhead. But yeah, we'll likely be back at Redhead tomorrow.
Yes, finish it off at Redhead.
Do you surf Redhead a bit?
A few times,
Yeah.
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. Do you stick around Newcastle
Yeah.
Main Beach? Yeah.
Mostly Newcastle and Nobby's Reef is a go-to for me.
Nobby's Reef.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if I've surfed that.
The left-hander.
Ah.
So fun.
Yeah. Is that the left off Newcastle? Wait.
So, a bit further round at Nobby's.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like really far out the back.
Yeah.
So fun, but the paddle out's pretty crazy.
Oh, no. Actually, I have heard of that. It's a really long paddle out. Yeah. People talk about it being really good.
Yeah, it's like only good on like certain tides and certain swells, but when it's good, it's good.
Yeah. Does it get sharky at all?
Sometimes.
Ooh. It's red again. Yeah, the paddle, I would get scared. I feel like
I've surfed it a couple of times by myself as well, and I was like, why do I do this?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I feel like sometimes, you're out there and you're surfing and you get a vibe, and I just can't surf properly. I'm just like, no, I can't paddle properly. Don't want to put my hands too deep in the water.
Putting your feet up on the board.
Yeah, you like sit up, all fours on the board. But yeah. Newcastle, I noticed, I'm originally from Victoria. We don't have a lot of ocean pools, but you guys do.
Yeah,
like
we have
around
a
Sydney
few.
and Newcastle. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Newcastle is a really good one.
Yeah.
Like the big, sometimes it's full with sand, but it's really cool.
Yeah, and there's like the bogey hole around the corner.
Yeah,
I love that place. It's so fun.
Yeah, I feel like every time I'm around there, I'll like go for a surf, and then I'm like, I may as well make the most of the ocean pools. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Blue and in and out there. So, what's the current situation?
So we've got red Soren Smith sitting first with a 7.80. Then we got Jack McDonald in the white with a 5.67. Josh Levy sitting in third with the one wave, the 3.23, and then Dylan Falk with the 2.5, needing a 4.4 to advance. Situation changed now. We've got Dylan overtaking Josh with a 2, and Josh still sitting with the 1 score in fourth.
Yeah, so pretty minor scores have dropped so far. The highest over the heat is Saran's 4.4. Here's Saran opting to go a left here. Oh, nice layback, but yeah, just coming unstuck. Seen a few boys do that layback, but yeah, just kind of digging a rail. They're pretty hard to pull off, to be honest, but they're definitely rewarded by the judges when they do.
Is that green up on the right there? Josh Levy.
Yeah, that was a nice one. He was only looking for a 244, big belt on his back end. That could definitely be it. Jack McDonald in the white, just coming unstuck on his back end. One thing, Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, I've always noticed the boats out the back always going past. I feel like there's, how many can we see on the horizon? There's 2, but I feel like you can always see
always at least
around
one.
here. It's got a.
My dad always taught me to read the winds with what way the boats are facing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if it still works like that, but when I was younger, that's how I'd figure out what the winds were.
Oh. So they go in that direction where the wind's coming from?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Mm.
Yeah, always away. And then on night time, you can always see the lights out the back. They're all leaving. It's a pretty nice beach day today.
It is.
Down at Catherine Hill Bay. Our competitors all down the beach. You go blue. Is that Dylan Fall? Getting a bit of glare off the sunlight. Not sure if that's green. That might have been green. Yeah,
Josh.
so Josh Levy. That was a nice backhand snap. Yeah, so he moved up from his last score. Moved him up into second position. So that might even better his score line.
He just dropped a 3.50 for that last one there.
Yeah. So slightly improving. He doesn't move up into first, but making the requirement a little harder for his competitors, but still there's not much between them. Jack McDonald is looking for a 3.56 to advance, and Dylan Fowl looking for a 4.73. This is Dylan now, up on his backhand. A nice kind of float over the top, but it's not going to give him much more. Just on 7.5 minutes remaining. Ooh.
I think that was White just then on the right.
Yeah, we might see if we can get a replay of White. He did a nice big float from what I could see.
I think I only caught the end of that one, but
looking for a 3.56 to advance. The surfers are kind of split between 2 peaks in a way. We're seeing some of the boys, Jack and I believe that's Dylan.
Yeah, I think that's blue.
They're sitting further north going the right. And then Saran and Joshua Levy, they are sitting further south, opting for the left, which we've kind of seen happening all morning.
Yeah, slowly fading away throughout the day, but
yeah,
there's still a couple there. Yeah, and that's how I. And then he was
And it looks like Dylan is having a look. Quick in and out. Doesn't matter too much though. He was sitting with third priority, so there was no harm done in having a quick in and out, having a look. But yeah, given the conditions, they almost feel like they're slowing up a bit, dare I say.
Yeah.
Priority is going to come into play a little bit more. This morning when it was pretty consistent and everyone was just, catching wave after wave, priority wasn't really mattering. But, kind of slowing up. So we might see priority come into play a little bit more.
Like we got red on the left. Soren.
This looks like a nice one.
Just fell off at the end there.
Yeah, that would have been looking like a good score if he just got the completion on that one. His family down the beach would be like, oh. Here we go. Another wave here.
Looks like green.
Josh Levy using his priority. One of those kind of funky rights we've been saying. But he manages to make the most of that one.
He's done well with that one.
Yeah. I've been noticing a lot of the rights kind of run into this left. There's like definitely a rip bank. You can kind of see it there where the water's a bit clearer. There's definitely a rip bank that's pulling through that right, and it gets a little bit wobbly and jumbly as the surfers reach the end section. But Josh did really well there to get those two final maneuvers.
Definitely made the most of that one.
Most definitely. You can see the next heat getting ready. That's green there.
Red on another left.
Oh, red. Might get a closer camera angle of that one, hopefully. Oh, is he going to ride out? Oh.
Almost.
Pretty sick first turn, though.
Yeah.
He's got a 3.4. So it'd be interesting to see if he improves that. He's currently sitting in first around. I think, that looked pretty good to me. Be interesting to see where the judges go with that one. Another left coming through. Barrel. The green. Oh no, blue maybe? Yes, blue.
Yeah, I think that one's blue.
And then green. Ooh. Oh, he makes it.
He's happy with that one.
He makes sure the judges don't look away. Yeah, I thought he was gone there.
Yeah, me too.
I almost looked away.
Bit of an airdrop.
Yeah. We saw someone snap their board earlier today. I'm not quite sure who it was. The name has slipped me, but one of those big end section turns there. That was nice. Big airdrop for him there. But someone snapped their board in that end section, so it can be pretty dangerous. But I feel like there'll be a bit of a change in situation potentially. We'll see what goes on there. He's looking. Was that white?
That was white.
Was looking for a
white
4.50.
Yeah.
We'll see. Just the one turn, but
couple scores to drop for a couple surfers now, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Would you be going the rights or lefts out there today?
Honestly, I'd probably go in the lefts.
Yeah.
I'm a goofy footer, so I love my forehand.
Yeah. Me too. I'm goofy as well. And I feel like I actually surf better on my backhand.
Really?
But I mean, I can't reject a left. And when they look this fun, like, oh, you might get an air section here.
And he
Nice. So is that Josh Levy? Just trying to see. I believe that was green. Yeah.
Yeah, that was green.
Yeah. So that may, well, I believe that it will improve on his 3.5, which will be good. And then right out the back, we'll try and see if we can get a camera angle on that. He's a belting one. But yeah, we'll just get the replay. Yeah, really nice air reverse there. Blue. Snapping it off. Yeah, we've kind of had a flurry of waves. And then white. He's going to get a quick one. Now we're definitely going to go on hold for this one before we head into the next heat, but we'll throw to a quick ad break and then let you know the scores of this one when we return. So, yeah, we'll see.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got on the Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots in my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. We are in to the last heat of the round of 48. In green, we have Renee Galloway. In red, we have Sol Grolanding. In the blue, we have Darcy Dwyer. And in the white, we have Jessie Ferguson. So there's been a few waves already caught. Jessie starting off his heat with a 4.67. Renee just with the 1 point ride. See, I asked you before, you'd be opting for the lefts, you reckon?
I reckon. I can't turn down a left when these ones look pretty fun as well. So, yeah, left would be my go. But if there was a good right come through, I might swing on the right.
Yeah.
What about you, lefts?
I think the lefts today, the rights, I don't know, they're kind of running into a funny little rip that gets a little bit wobbly throughout the end. So, yeah, I think the lefts have definitely got the most shape and potential. But yeah, when you surf heats, would you go out and be like, oh, I'm going to aim for lefts mostly, or would you kind of go in with an open mindset?
It depends. If I've seen more lefts, I kind of go in looking for the lefts, but normally I'm a bit open-minded and I just kind of figure it out as the heat goes on.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the same. You can kind of figure out a little bit of a game plan before your heat, but if you see something good that you hadn't planned for, you got to go it.
Yeah,
it's red. Just coming unstuck there, but getting the feet in the wax nonetheless. First wave jitters. I think this is his first heat of the event so far. He was seeded through to the round of 48. So yeah, first wave of the event, getting the jitters out, and you're pretty much straight back out into the lineup here, which is good. Not too much paddle time, a duck dive or two, and you're straight back into the lineup, which is good. He, might be sitting in a lower priority, which is his only loss. But other than that, we've got a lot of time on the clock. Just under 15 minutes remaining. Darcy Dwyer. He's got a 4.83 and a 1.67.
Jump him up into
lead.
first.
Yep. Jessie Ferguson has the 4.67. Sol with the 3.83 for his last one. And then Renee just with two smaller scores. But, not much between them. Nothing set in stone at the moment.
No.
As we see a set roll through, kind of closing out.
Looks like White's having a look, but doesn't want to take it.
Green, yeah, he's going to have a paddle, but not going to opt for that one. That one closing out a little too much. You being from Newcastle, are there any local juniors or, surfers that you think we should be looking out for in the draw at all, or just in general? Are there any you think, they're really coming through the ranks at the moment, or?
Yeah, well, you can't really look past Ocean Lancaster.
Yeah.
He's always on fire with his surfing. Even on his bad days, he's good. So he's always one that I look forward to watching. And Josh Levy as well, Merriweather. So he's always good. But yeah. Lots of Newcastle talent around in this comp.
Yeah, a big, strong group of Newcastle talent coming through, and especially the juniors who we wouldn't normally see do pro juniors and have, considering it's in their local area, a lot have decided to enter, which, definitely come through as a, with the local knowledge and hometown backing, bit of a dark horse, I'd say. A lot of these juniors in the draw that are
for sure
from Lake Macquarie. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of families and locals down supporting their local juniors, which is really cool. Love to see that. It, after all, is our last WSL Pro Junior of the year in Australia. And it will be important for, the juniors to get a result here if they're hoping to jump into first or second spot and qualify for the WSL World Junior titles next year.
Yeah, definitely. Lots on the line for this one.
Yeah, most definitely. As we see Seoul taking off on a right, coming unstuck there. Those rights again, bit wobbly.
Looks like we've got White going for one on the end here.
It's gonna smack it there.
Hand again.
So that, Jesse is sitting in first position at the moment, likely to improve his score with those two big belts there. And we're seeing a right coming through here. That is blue.
Blue. The one big turn's been a go-to for a lot of surfers this morning. So
Yeah, definitely. We'll see it again here. The one big turn. Sol riding out of that one, which is good for him. Yeah, I feel like some of these waves can run off a little bit quick, and the judges have definitely been rewarding over, going for a smaller, more, less impact wave. They love to see the big belt in the pocket. It's kind of what they always want, I guess. No matter where you are surfing in the event or what the conditions are, they're always looking for critical maneuvers in the pocket of the wave. It doesn't really change, which is good.
Yeah, you kind of get an idea of what they expect.
Yeah, you always know what the judges are looking for. Makes it a little easier. But yeah. And see some people walking their dogs on the beach. Beautiful scenes down here at Catherine Hill Bay.
Got a bike rider coming through.
Yeah. I mean, this is my first time down here. The pier took me away. I thought that was amazing. Bit of Huntington Beach vibes, but just without the city.
Yeah.
Very pristine compared to Huntington Beach. I've been there, and this is a lot nicer, I'd say.
I can imagine.
It's beautiful here. Definitely somewhere I'd like to take my friends or family. It's beautiful. Around here, really untouched. I was talking with Arabella. It's kind of just like a 15-minute drive out of, Lake Macquarie City, but it's very, very untouched. There's a few little beach cottages, like we were saying earlier, little coal vibes, little cute little cottages, but yeah, it's so lovely. Great for a beach day.
Yeah, and the weather's turned on for us as well. I was a bit worried there for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Couldn't really ask for much more.
We're not in a booth at the moment. We would have been at Redhead, so I was worried if it started raining, it would have been a little bit of a sticky situation with all the computers and everything. But no, we are pushing through nonetheless. And we're likely to be back at Redhead tomorrow, which is really exciting. It'd only be appropriate to crown our champions with the Redhead Shark Tower trophy, the infamous trophy, if we're back at Redhead. It wouldn't be the same here.
No, it wouldn't.
It's good to be down here, kind of seeing a few different beaches of Lake Macquarie, but, it'll seem right being back at Redhead tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Renee Galloway. That was a nice wave. 2 big snaps. He's actually looking for a bigger score to jump into second, so he'll likely break that 9.1 down into 2 scores.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that one will probably come in at a mid-range score, hopefully, and then he'll, try and work his way into second with another wave. Jesse Ferguson is the man he's trying to jump. He's sitting in second. with a 5.43 and a 4.67. Darcy Dwyer is sitting out in front with a 5.43 and a 4.83. A lot of mid-range scores at the moment. 5s and 4s around. But yeah, Darcy Dwyer sitting out the back with priority. I think he'd be hoping to, he's sitting in first. He'd be wanting to kind of break maybe into the excellent range. Maybe he's got the 5.43, jump his score up. Make sure he builds a house, constantly improving his scores.
Yeah, for sure. They're probably all looking to better their smaller mid-range scores. But, yeah.
Renee Galloway, his last wave was a 4.77, so that makes his requirement a little less. He needs a 6.33, which he's well and truly capable of. He's sitting in third priority, but we've seen a lot of the juniors today get scores under priority, It hasn't been ridiculously crucial whether you have priority or not, because it's a beach, you can kind of move around. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We've got just under 6 minutes remaining.
Looks like green, I want to say, or blue.
Yeah, so that was Renee again, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was green.
Yeah, the nice big belt. Be interesting to see. That'll definitely go into his top 2. Whether that betters his 377. So his 377 was 2 turns, but that looked like a bigger 1 turn. And like we were saying, the judges kind of love that. So yeah, it did. So that was better than his 2 turner. It was a 403, making the requirement smaller again. He's chipping away at it, a 607. Boys out the back, they're all sitting pretty close, hey?
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where they're either really far apart or they're really close together on a day like today.
Jesse, considering we're just under 5 minutes, Jesse would want to be sitting on Sol, I reckon. Sol only needs a 5.01 to move through.
Definitely a doable score considering how he's been surfing so far in this heat. So
yeah, most definitely. Yeah, he's already got a 5.10 and a 4.13. Definitely time on the clock too. It's been really consistent, which we love to see.
Yes.
There's nothing worse than being in a comp. You're sitting out the back. You only need a small score and nothing rolls through. So at least we have consistency. It's getting a little slower than it was this morning. I think that swell's dropping off a little bit, but yeah, still consistent enough. But yeah, like we said, Jesse's really... He's making Sol his best friend. Yeah. He's sitting on him. He wants to hold hands.
He's really going to make Sol work for this one.
Wants to be best friends for this last 3 minutes 40. And yeah, Jesse's going to stop Sol from going on that one. He's going to get one big belt.
He's going to ride out of that one.
That was a pretty smart move for him, I reckon, because Sol could have definitely gotten a score, and Jesse could definitely improve his score with that last one.
That was Darcy. Was that blue?
Yeah.
Darcy
just getting the 1 turn off. We see if that one goes into his top 2, but again, another really nice 1 turn belt.
Looks like Sol's going to go for this one here, but just not going to offer much. Kicks out of that one.
Yeah, that looked a bit straight, so I think it was not a bad decision, but whether or not there will be another wave is the question.
Yeah, not much really on the horizon. Maybe one more little look here, but...
Yeah, so Renee, he's sitting out the back with priority, but he's sitting pretty far north compared to the other boys. Sol is in second priority. Looking for a 5.01. Both boys looking for scores are holding first and second priority. So that'll be pretty crucial. You know, Jesse can't protect his position here.
No. Sol might get a look in this one.
Yeah, so he needed a 501. It was kind of a smaller wave, that one. Ooh.
Jesse up behind him.
Jesse up behind him. So a bit of a flurry of waves. Sol got a smaller wave there. Got a kind of 2 belts though, so we'll see whether that is a 501. And then Jesse Ferguson getting a big belt off the top, but whether or not that improves his score and makes it harder for Sol, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a pretty rushed last few minutes. All the boys trying to scratch into something, but yeah, we'll see the situation change when these waves come through.
1 minute on the clock. Nervous times for all these boys. Like we said, there's a lot on the line. The WSL World Junior titles are where these boys want to be. The top 2 of men and women in the Australian Pro Junior rankings will make the World Junior titles. Just a pretty good, excuse to go overseas.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want an excuse to go overseas?
Yeah. That's Darcy Dwyer. He's in first. Oh, that was a really nice one. He kind of belts that, fins free, and finishes it off. That looks like it will definitely make it into his top 2. Could definitely be his best score so far. So Darcy's looking pretty safe, but yeah, with just under 10 seconds on the clock, it's looking like it's not going to happen for Sol or Renee. But we will throw to a quick ad break. That's the end of that one. And then we'll be straight back into the round of 32, heat 1 after that.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch these here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year, like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. Today, we are down at Catherine Hill Bay, and I'm here with Liv. In the first heat, we have Kobe Clements in the red, Judah Miller in the blue, Kalan Orchard in the white, and Tom Whitpain in the green.
Couple good waves down, bit of a left and a right. The couple good scores being put on the board. Yeah,
so our surfers are kind of picking between a left and right peak. Our rights are kind of running into a bit of a rip, kind of wobbles around towards the end section, and our lefts hold a lot of shape and some nice critical sections, but they are a bit fast. So our competitors are kind of picking between the two of them. But yeah, beautiful conditions down here. I've never been to Catherine Hill Bay before, but I'm really impressed. Kind of stoked we've made the move to come down here. Originally, we were going to be at Redhead, but the south swell and the wind was really getting in there this morning. We made a last-minute call to move it to here, and I think it was a great decision. Beautiful sunny conditions down here. Seen some really good scores drop. And yeah, it'd be great to see what happens here. We're into the round of 32, so we're going to see all our seeded surfers in this round. Our top seed, Kobe Clements, he is definitely in contention of making the top two. He's currently sitting 4th on the rankings, but Marlon Harrison and Lennox Smith are both away. So he's definitely going to be in contention to climb in and steal their positions. Blue has started off with a 6.67 and a 0.73. Tom Whitpain has a 5-point ride and a 1. Kalan Orchard has a 5.67 to start off his campaign. Tom, he's getting another one. Staying busy. That's kind of what we saw him do earlier this morning. He was first heat of the day and he was just staying busy. He was on every wave he could, which paid off. You know, the other boys waited around.
yeah.
But, you know, just considering this is beachy, conditions are kind of, there's waves everywhere. Staying busy is paying off, you know.
Yeah. I'm thinking this might be a 3-man heat. I can't see Red Rashi out there anywhere.
Oh.
I've been looking, but I can't see one.
Kobe Clement may also be overseas. In Taiwan, in the Philippines, there's a few events over there, which has definitely switched it up for our lower seeds, having a lot of the top seeds away at those QSs over there. There's a lot of wiggle room. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's happening. So it's a 3-man heat. We've just got Tom McPain, Clan Orchard, and is it Josh Miller? We can just see the J.
Judah Miller.
Judah Miller.
Yeah, Kobe's out.
There we go. Both boys are having a look at this one. We're seeing today the boys who are getting critical turns in the pocket, like always, are getting the scores because it's so quick. You know, one turn in the critical part of the waves has been paying off today.
Especially on the bigger set waves we're seeing as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Yeah, there's some of those waves that are a little bit smaller but run off a little more. They're often a bit fat and you can get a couple more turns off, but the judges have not been rewarding. It's not really what they want to see.
No, they really, really like the big one turn today, like you were saying.
Yeah, most definitely. We're seeing a set roll through. A couple of the boys are going to have a look. We've got blue and then green. Just getting one hit off. Bit of a float. Nothing of serious consequence, but it may better. Here's 3.17. We'll have to see what the judges think about that one.
Yeah, definitely.
And Clown Orchard sitting out the back with priority. He only is looking for a 2.08 to jump into second.
Yeah, not big scores that they're looking for, so it's a very close heat so far. This is the replay of...
So, Redhead, do you know a bit about the swell direction there at all?
I don't
know. Yeah.
I don't know much about Redhead.
I know that because it's a big south swell we're experiencing at the moment, it kind of was really messy there this morning, which is why we moved it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm originally from Victoria, so facing east is a little different for me. You know, all these beaches are kind of angled differently. It's funny trying to figure out the swell direction and what works for each.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think, yeah, I might have heard someone say northeast isn't too bad for Redhead, and I think that's what we're going to see tomorrow morning, which is really exciting.
Yes.
Finals day, we'll bring it back to Redhead for finals day, which is only right. We'll be crowning our champions with the infamous Redhead Beach Shark Tower trophy. So, yeah, we want to see them crowned in front of that
Shark Tower.
The Shark Tower, exactly. It only seems right.
Yeah.
So that'll be really cool. Yeah, Redhead's a really small little town. Well, the first time I went there, I was shocked at how it's actually little, you know?
Yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, the big cliff. The cliff's amazing, actually, looking at it. Like, when you're walking along the beach, it's a very, like, straight up cliff, super tall. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the first time I went there was actually for this Pro Junior. probably 3 years ago.
Yeah, wow.
And yeah, I was surprised by how small the town was. There's a little pizza shop, a few little shops along the front, the back, but yeah, it's really cute. Really
Yeah, it
cute
is
little
very
coastal
cute.
town.
That's the right word, cute.
Yeah. Yeah, Lake Macquarie, it's full of so many beautiful little coastal towns.
Yeah. I feel like Redhead sunsets are the best.
Redhead sunsets.
So nice. When
Yeah.
they set sunsets behind the cliff.
Oh, yeah.
So nice.
Yeah, true, because it's behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be beautiful. Yeah, and there's a lot of lefts at Redhead, I feel like. Although I was up here for the QS at Merriweather, and we snuck down to surf Redhead like multiple times during the event. And yeah, there's the peak in the corner right next to the cliff was really fun. Like there was rides kind of running towards the cliff, and then yeah, these really fun lefts.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a north swell. That's why we were kind of seeing good lefts that day, but it was really fun.
Yeah, I think I've only ever surfed lefts at Redhead, so
yeah.
I mean, maybe I just wasn't looking for the rides.
Yeah. Like I was saying, both of us goofies. I don't even know what a ride is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved north around the Gold Coast, and it's all rights. It's
Oh, no.
it's crazy, but yeah, Lake Macquarie's got such a variety of waves. It's just really cool. So many great beaches, and then you've got the points that Norrie's Head is. What is it?
Nobby's Reef?
Nobby's Reef.
Yeah.
That point.
So good. Newcastle Point's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Left-hander.
Yeah, lots of good lefts around Newey. Get up here if you're goofy.
There's one right-hander in between Nobby's and Newcastle, which is pretty fun, the Carry Hole and Flat Rock.
Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah.
Peels off the bars, the back of the bars there. But that's about the only right-hander I surf here.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. All the waves that kind of break off like the ledges around here. I feel like there's a lot more of that around. Like Macquarie, Newcastle, Sydney Way.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't really see that anywhere else.
No.
So there's 6 minutes 30 on the clock. Tom Whitpain's just moved into first. He's got a 6.50 and a 5.0. Then we have Clan Orchard in the white. He's in second. He's got a 5.67 and a 4.0. And then we have Judah Miller. And he is currently looking for a small score of a 3. So something he's very capable of. He is sitting in first priority.
Yeah.
So if I was Kalan, I'd be starting to feel a little bit nervous at the moment. You know, Judah, he's got priority, so Kalan can't sit on him. You know, the next best wave that comes through, it's Judah's, you know?
Yeah. And he's going to want that wave as well. He'll be pushing everything to get over a 3 on that wave as well. So
definitely. Ooh.
It's getting to
that was Kalan though there. He has a small score of a 4. So with that little blowtail, it'll be interesting to see.
I'm thinking he might throw the 4 away with that one.
Yeah. That was really nice. And it's different.
Yeah, and he almost over-rotated it.
Yeah. I think the judges will really like that one. He needs a 4.83 to jump Tom and go into first.
Yeah. We're in crunch time at the moment, so they're all going to be frantically trying to get the waves they need.
Everyone's got like a good score. So, you know, Tom, he's got the 6.5. And then Judah's got the 6.67. So Kalan Orchard, his last was a 5.33. So
He did get rid of that 4.
he bettered his situation and made it a little harder for Judah. 4.33 is requiring.
It is doable considering he got that 6-6.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the highest score of the heat. So, I mean, it would suck. There's nothing worse than we got the highest score of the heat and then you can't get it back up. I swear it happens too much.
I feel like it's always the worst feeling too.
Yeah, it's happened to me. Start with a really good one. You're feeling pretty comfortable and stoked with yourself.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of forget to get it back up.
Yeah.
It's hard out there though.
It's kind of the same feeling with the losing by like 1 point or something.
Yeah, we saw that happen earlier.
Yeah, I'd rather lose by I'd rather get comboed than lose by 1.
Oh, me too. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, we saw that happen earlier because it's kind of quick. Sometimes it can be hard to find one that doesn't shut out in the dying seconds, but yeah, 3 minutes remaining. Looking pretty slow out the back there.
Judah with priority is just going to be hoping something comes through. Now with maybe a few bumps coming through now, but not much that's going to offer anything.
We've got the drone view there, that pier we're talking about. Super cool. I was trying to figure out if I can walk out to it. I don't think so. Would have been a pretty cool view though.
It would have. It definitely gives Huntington vibes.
Most definitely.
Newcastle Huntington.
Yes. And then you face this way. You got the drone footage of that way. It's like nothing. It's like remote WA. There's nothing around. So yeah. Really cool spot here. Would definitely recommend visiting Catherine Hill Bay.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're around Lake Macquarie Way, super worth your time. You can see the family down there, just enjoying a beach day. Super cool place to visit.
I feel like there'd always be a wave here as well.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. As we see white. Kalan Orchard.
Just getting one under priority again.
Ooh. Going for the air rev, but just coming unstuck. Just over a minute 30 remaining. Judah is still looking for that 4.33.
He's found something that he likes the look of.
Yeah, he's having a hunt, having a paddle.
He likes this one. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
Oh,
just don't think that was the 4.33.
Yeah, so the camera kind of went with Tom Whitpain there, but we saw Judah Miller take off on a left and kind of just do a bit of a float. I don't think it would be the 4.33.
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, he's now gonna have Kalan Orchard sticking to him, as you can see. Oh, maybe not. Kalan's gonna give him an opening here. I wouldn't, not the best decision.
No,
maybe.
I probably wouldn't have done that.
Yeah. I mean, easy for me to say. I do this way too much, but here he goes. He's got another opportunity for the 4.33, and he looks devoed, but you can see Kalan Orchard, he looks pretty stoked in running moves. He's giving his board a little
he's having
little
a little
drum
chuckle to himself.
Yeah. But it might be all over for Judah.
He's copped it. He's come in.
Yeah. We will throw to a quick ad break. It's Tom and Kalan getting through that one. We'll see you after that for Heat 2.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. A couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do. And I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like he said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Alrighty, we are back live. It looks like Huey Vaughan has started with an absolute bang. An 8-point ride. Looks like we're going to get a replay here. Going to get a replay of Huey Vaughan. Red. Boom. That two-turn combo was mental.
Insane. Talk about starting with a bang.
Starting with a bang, and you got Will Martin with a 5.33, Jackson Cowan with a 3.83, and Willem Watson with a 3.4. Who's up now? Is that Green?
Yeah, Green, up and down. Such a stacked heat into the round of 32, heat 2.
Starting to get down to the nitty-gritty. Start to see the top seeds, the guys at the top of the draw, top of the rankings, wanting to finish this Pro Junior year here strong in Australia. And Huey Vaughan with an 8-point ride to start off this one. I watched the last heat pretty closely when I had a little break, and it was quite tricky. Not a lot of big two-turn waves, and then Huey proves me wrong and goes out there and finds one straight off the bat. So 8 points. That could be our first 8-point ride of the day, and what a way to do it. Crucial round, and little blonde fella from North Shelley, he knows his way around a backside snap or two.
Yeah, I don't think we've had anything. Definitely not over the 8s. Yeah, could be the highest score of the day. Yeah, in that last heat, we just had a 3-man heat with a no-show of Kobe Clements in the red. And Huey's up again. Nice float over the section.
Oh, this is another big score. If he gets
speed.
a third one here, boom. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's another 8. It's just really good surfing. He just looks free.
Just has a knack for getting the right waves as well.
Well, if he's going to follow in his brother's footsteps, here we have a replay. Nice frontside float. Gets a really nice little squirt on this second one. And then the third one was, I reckon, there's the biggest turn of the wave. Right here, this goes. Boom. That spicy little yellow board under his feet looks nice. I'm a colourman. I like colour. I find colour definitely gives you that little bit extra pizzazz, bit of extra zing. I was just saying before that I dare say that Huey will be following in his older brother's footsteps. Mr. Joel Vaughan got himself on the world tour within the last 2 events on the Challenger Series. Come from the back end of the rankings, and yeah,
that's got to be some rivalry motivation, I guess.
Yeah, brotherly motivation, bit of love in it as well.
Yeah, to do better,
Yep.
excel, and I'm sure he's going for the win at this event.
Oh, for sure. The way he's come out in this, he's got 15 points already. Last wave, 7-4-3. So they didn't love it quite as much as the first, but a 7-4-3 and an 8-point ride. First 2 waves of his heat, of his campaign here at Catherine Hill Bay. That is phenomenal stuff.
Yep, as we see Blue up and riding as well. Tags that section. He's going to come around and links a nice couple of turns together. So that is Will Martin in the blue.
Will Martin. Where do we find Will from?
Now, I believe Will Martin's from Coffs Harbour.
Coffs Harbour.
Yeah.
The banana county of the world.
Yeah, some good waves around that neck of the woods.
I don't think they'd like us to say that, but we got such good waves everywhere around here. But I know there is a few beautiful waves in Coffs. Oh, here goes Huey. Pressure's off. Backside full rotation. Oh, has he got it? Has he been doing his abdominal workout?
He has.
I don't reckon. I might have to give the judges a look. I don't know if he rode out of that one, but he might have had one too many donut and not an extra sit-up. I don't even know if the little fella goes to the gym, but a few more sit-ups there, he might have got his way back up. But
he did well, but it was a long journey, and he held.
Look, he doesn't quite get. It's just not quite, but that's where this surfing stuff's going. You know, it's massive air. He's gonna do another one. I'll almost put my house on. I don't have a house, but he's gonna try another one. When you've got 15 points and there's still 12 minutes on the clock, he's gonna loosen up. That's for sure. As we see Green, Jackson Cowan, nice little turn there, just smooth. Just not a lot of oomph in those 2 turns there, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat with Huey already dropping 2 huge scores. He's got nothing to lose, really. He's going to be going for it.
He's got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. And the boys in this one are just trying to, shouldn't say it already, but I think they're fighting for second at the moment. He's just great start. Just fantastic surfing. So Huey Vaughan showing that he is here. He's not far from home. Like I said, from down at North Shelley, probably only a 20, 30-minute drive from here, down on the Central Coast. So this is closer to home for him than Redhead. So nice little drive up the coast. As we see White, Willem Watson. Nice first turn. Oh, just a little bit big on the second one there. That was a good score gone begging. Who have we got here?
Looks like we've got Blue. That is Will Martin up and riding.
He did his own version of the backside full rotation.
They've been inspired.
Inspired? Yeah, I would say that. We're saying Huey might have a bit of inspiration from his brother about making the World Championship Tour, and then you see Huey go for an air, and then you got Will trying one not that long later. So, yeah, it's exciting. This round is where we're going to see some pretty amazing surfing. The highest ranked athletes. We've got a few of these guys that are coming in. I know Jackson Cowan, he started in round 1, heat 1. So he has found himself in round 3 and wanting to keep running. As you see him here, nice backside snap. And gets another one there. So nice little combo there from Mr. Cowan. 3rd heat of the day, I'd say his legs would be... You train for this stuff, but it's still
Yeah,
He's
I've
still
seen
tired.
both his heats this morning. He stayed very active,
Very
very on the
active.
go. So he's going to be sleeping well tonight. As we see Red.
Red knows his way around a two-turn
Yeah.
combination, doesn't he?
Certainly does.
Doesn't even need that one. But seems to really be identifying the best waves out there. We're quite at ease. I mean, it is quite easy when you have started so well, but without identifying the best waves, he wouldn't have this 15-point heat total. So he's he's just enjoying himself. It is quite nice when you find yourself in this position. If you start a heat with 15 points, as we see Huey's replay here, he's just kind of having a bit of fun with it. Nice little layback.
Less pressure, less stress. You can just really surf naturally, and he's not stressed at all.
No, he is. He could be thinking about driving back to the sunny coast already and having a good afternoon, night rest, and
for sure. So he's heading back out. We do see Blues holding down that first priority, so he's playing the waiting game, trying to be selective. There is a mixed bag of waves out there. We've seen the Rights have had the most scoring potential, although there has been the odd left, so just got to pick him. And we see Green.
Good. Oh, that was it. Oh, no.
That was unfortunate.
Hey, that was a score gone begging right there. That was some really nice spicy surfing there from Jackson Cowan. Third heat of the day
Could have been the jelly legs.
Could have been jelly legs. Did he have his protein bar preheat or his? I don't know what kids have nowadays. They have a bag of lollies, a little sugar hit. Personally, I'm a banana and a coffee shot.
Yeah, I was always a coffee and like 2 lollies, not too many.
Not too many. You need a little kick, or you get the couple times served to heat for 4 or 5 times a day, and you've eaten too many bananas. You get like this little potassium overload, and your body just starts hurt. Your belly hurts.
Yeah,
I don't recommend it. As we see Huey Vaughan down the beach on nice looking left. I'd say he's going to the sky here. He's got a sick. Oh my God, Huey, hit it for us. Do it for us.
Oh,
that little midway little stall got him all wobbled out. So poor old Huey. Not poor old Huey. He's got 15 points. I don't think there's an issue.
He was cruising on that wave. You can see. I think he was just going with it. Not sure, but he knows he doesn't need the score, so why not have a bit of fun? There he goes, and he was lining up that end section, and unfortunately, just got caught behind.
You could smell it coming. You don't really usually smell in surfing, but I could sense that he looked like he was going to do that.
Yeah, there was always an end section air game.
Always.
See it. Now he's moving back over just to put the pressure on the others to say, look, I'm still here, still out in the water.
And I've got 15 points. Get a load of this.
Yep. It's exactly what's going down. So Blues staying very patient, still holding that first priority. And White with the second priority, but Blue has moved away from the pack, so priority is not going to come into play on this wave.
White, nice little backside snap. Gets a second. Nice connection.
Yeah, that was nice. Under Blue's priority as well.
Willem Watson. White. Do we know where he's from?
Oh, I did have a quick look.
I
think it could be Victoria.
Victoria?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure, but yeah,
don't quote us though.
Yeah,
anyone listening, don't quote us. We'll promise to have better information tomorrow.
Yeah, he's definitely. Oh, yep, in the Victorian Junior Surfing title. So
okay,
yeah,
we've done our research, and
he's progressed through the rounds this morning as well. I've heard his name a few times. So
yeah, I think he did. I don't know if he was round 1. He might have been round 2. So he surfed a heat. So this will be his second minimum. I think, no score indication as of yet, but I think it's probably going to be his best. Right. We have a set coming out the back. Looks like we got Huey Vaughan having a look. Looks like there's a ramp on it, I think. Or is it too quick? Oh, Green down the beach. Unfortunate fall there from Jackson Cowan down the beach.
Just on 5 minutes. And White also up and riding. So that's Willem Watson. So many waves ridden in this heat. I think throughout the morning it's just progressively been picking up, becoming more consistent. Those first few heats, there was some big lulls, a lot of waiting.
Lots of waiting. There's always waiting in surfing,
Always
unfortunately.
waiting. But it seems to be that these last few heats have just been pretty action-packed.
We're starting to get down to the super important rounds of this event, so you kind of expect the level to rise, which it has. So we're grateful to be here, stoked to be here, frothing to be here. Get to watch this all unfold. So no complaints at all.
Definitely. So we see those surfers in the next heat. That is heat 3 of the round of 32. We'll see Fletcher Kelleher in the red, Cash Brown in the blue, Harry O'Brien in the white, and Jai Peg in the green.
Cash Brown, that is a cool name. Cash.
It is.
Cash Brown. And what did you say? There's a Harry O'Brien in that one
Harry
too?
O'Brien and a Jai Peg.
And a Jai Peg. We commentated. I did a beach commentary of Jai Peg's heat earlier. Surfed well. Smart heat. Harry O'Brien, young fella from Lennox Head, part of the Lee Bar Board Riders.
Yep.
One of young James Wood's little disciples. James Wood's coaches. He looks like I can see him walking along the beach now. Looks like he's got a black carbon James Wood surfboards. It looks magic. I seen him earlier on it. Little ginger. We all love Harry.
Yeah, and Harry and Jai both having to progress through their rounds today.
Yep.
Fletcher and Cash were already seeded into the round of 32.
Correct.
So be interesting to see how that goes. They've been resting the legs, but as we've seen in the other heats, it's not always the way. Sometimes having those warm-up heats is the way to go. Follow the momentum.
You can find the momentum, find the rhythm, get yourself more accustomed with the bank. I mean, the guys that have surfed those few heats, they've been surfing this same bank all morning. The guys that have heats this afternoon, what time are we now? It's about 1 o'clock, a bit after 1. So for someone like Huey Vaughan, he may not have even looked at the conditions here this morning. He would have known he was an afternoon heat. So maybe an early morning free surf here at Catherine Hill Bay may not have even happened. So, yeah, sometimes it's a blessing to be seeded and in those later rounds, but then also sometimes it's super grateful to start early to be able to find the rhythm, figure out the bank, feel your board out. I mean, time on the board is so important. Feet in the wax.
For sure. Getting that confidence of making it through, saying I can do this.
Yep. Exactly.
And really earning that spot.
Getting completely into it. We're into heat 2. So I think we have 6 heats remaining off the top of my head after this.
Yes.
Until day's end.
Yep. So we have 8 heats in this round of 32.
Yep.
And we'll see heat 3 paddling out next. So, yeah, spot on.
Spot on.
6 heats.
6 heats to go and get through them, and then hopefully we're back at Redhead. Heard we might get sport with a few lounges tomorrow to commentate on. We might actually have a camera on us. You can see us.
Exciting.
I might have to go get a haircut, makeup. You never know. So
the full setup.
I've actually got no hair, so there's no hair to get a haircut. If I cut any more, I'd be bald.
That's all right.
Nothing wrong with that. Who needs hair? 50 seconds remaining. Situation hasn't really changed since the get-go. Hugh Vaughan, same scores as he had on his first 2 waves. Will Martin looking to get rid of that 393 to consolidate. We've got White way up the beach here on the north end of the bank. Big first turn there. Just didn't quite allow him to have much more down there, but the one turn was quite good. 15 seconds remaining, needing a 5.53. We've seen green with an in and out.
Yeah.
And then blue still holding priority. We're going to count this one down. You can hear the commentator in the background count this one down. I think we're going to have to go to a break, but we'll come back to you in about 3 minutes with the results of that one. Whites is 50-50, but we'll be back with heat number 3 in 3 minutes or so.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked, no matter how old or young.
Welcome back to the Lake Mac Pro Junior here at Catherine Hill Bay. We're going to throw back, we're on the live action as we saw Red, Fletcher Keller here up and riding. We're going to throw you back to a replay in a second from that action at the start of the heat. So we saw White, Harry O'Brien, straight up into the lip, and he dropped a 6.50. So a great start to his campaign. We also saw Jai Peg lock in a 2.33. It's a very stacked heat here as we see Blue. A nice up and down. The vertical. So, 16.5 on the clock. And already some great surfing, as we've seen.
So I don't know what happened here, but we have got a bit of a colour mix-up. So the score that we're saying is Harry O'Brien in the white is actually Cash Brown in the white. So we'll just remember that for ourselves, and hopefully the system will change over. So that's white, Cash Brown there, 6-5 to start. Just got another score then, and we have Harry O'Brien in the blue. So we picked up on that pre-heat, but I didn't know at the time. I was like,
names,
oh, Harry down there with the blackboard. And then I looked and went, oh, that's not the right colour. So
bit of a rashy mix-up.
I don't know. We won't throw any shade at anyone. It's just more that we picked up on it. So, and
we will sort that one out. But, yeah, it was Cash Brown that dropped the 6.50. So that will be updated on the screen. We're just going to take a moment to fix that up.
Cash is white. Cash is white. Yeah, Cash is white. Yeah, so it hasn't changed on here.
So 15 minutes on the clock. And we had Cash with the 6.50 and the 4.60. As we see green straight up into the lip.
Oh, that's blue.
Oh, blue, sorry.
Yeah, it's blue.
Sorry, just bear with us while we fix this up on the system. Do have red. That is definitely the right surfer.
Red is the right surfer. That's Fletch there. Nice front side snap. We have a replay down the beach. So this is Harry O'Brien in the blue with that big one turn there. So we'll just stay. We're just going to call surfers maybe for those two colours at the moment. Just their names. Been a bit of a mix up.
It happens. Haven't seen it happen in a while, but
They happen.
it happens. Yep. This is
And
green.
we have Mr. Peg, Sunshine Coastman by the looks of it.
Yep. Just tagged that end section. Didn't go too vertical, but he'd got some work done prior to that. So
Definitely got some work done. There's definitely some work done there. So we've got the last score. So out in the lead, it says on our screen that it is Harry O'Brien, but that in the white is Cash Brown. And then in the blue, in second, is Mr. Harry O'Brien. And then Fletch in the red is in right Rashi, and Jai Peg in the green is in the right Rashi. So we're not going to call colours for a bit. We're just going to embrace it and get through this one. We will get the right result in the end.
yeah, for sure.
Because we know, and I'm glad that we picked up on it, and that's okay. Mistakes are made.
For sure. Yeah, congrats to the Jai and Fletcher nailing their Rashi colour coordination.
They got it right.
They definitely did. But we will get the other colours all sorted, so no stress at all.
No stress on our end. We don't stress.
No stress.
We got a pretty good gig here. We're kind of cruising.
For sure. In our little booth.
In our little
tent.
In it. It's not quite a booth. It's a tent, but we love it. There's no complaints here.
Got a nice breeze coming through.
The breeze is the best part.
Yeah.
But you don't know about this breeze, though. It's a bit tricky. There you go. As we say, Fletch up and riding. Nice first turn there, a nice left, and a second one. So, nice. It's going to be a good score there from Fletch Kelleher. He
had
just
blue as well, up and riding.
Just dropped in a 4.73 prior to that one. So, and we had blue down the beach. So, okay, so on the screen, we've got it right now. Oh. Cash is in white, but Cash has the scores.
All right. So, yeah. They've updated on the screen, so Cash is in white, but we're just waiting on those scores to change to Cash's scores. So, we see green, and then we now have blue up and riding out the back. So lots of waves being ridden in these last few minutes. we are going to get that updated. So viewers at home, don't stress. We now have the colours and the names aligned. It's just the scores. Just getting updated. Just on 11 minutes on the clock. And lots of action. We have blue, Harry O'Brien, holding down that first priority. And red is in second priority. So coming up next, we will have Heat 4 of the round of 32. That will feature Ben Sonata in the red, Taj Simon in the blue, Felix Burns in the white, and Matthias Joss Rowland in the green. So lots of action coming up. And yeah, I've started off with an eventful start with the Rashi mix-up, but we see Harry O'Brien up and into the air. That was insane. We're going to get a replay of that. It was too good not to see again. And red just up and out the back. Looked like he was going to go the air, but just misjudged the timing. So just waiting on some scores as we see the replay of white. Had so much speed going into that, got the full rotation before he landed, and he looked happy with that. So just under 10 minutes remaining, and it looks like the scores have been updated. So the situation should now be correct on screen, which is Harry O'Brien in the lead in the white with that 6.50 and the 4.60. Then we have red in second position with a 4.73 and a 3.33, which he's just replaced with a 4.60. Okay, so last wave of white came in at a 9.50. So that is the highest single wave score of the day from Harry O'Brien. The Lennox Head Libra board riders local. Absolutely insane. So he's in the lead with a 9.50 and a 6.50. As we see red, nice first turn, straight into another. And he gets to ride out of that one. So he's saying to Harry, look, I'm still here. I'm still in it. He does need a 9.50 to move into first, but that will hopefully help his situation and lower that requirement. Unfortunately, at the moment, Cash Brown and JPEG both requiring the scores to move into second and advance. As we see a replay of Fletcher's wave. Fletcher from North Stain Board Riders. And White just kicking out of that one. So just under 8 minutes on the clock. And Cash Brown holding down first priority. He requires a 9.16 to move on through to second. It looks like he's asking the beach announcer for a situation update. Maybe a bit of confusion going on out there. Just on 7.5. And a very action-packed heat. We've had a lot of waves surfed and a lot going on. So current situation is that Harry O'Brien's in the lead with that 9.50 and a 6.50. We have Fletcher Kelly here in the red, sitting in second with a 4.73 and a 6.50. So it is Cash Brown and Jai Peg that are requiring scores if they want to move on through to the round of 16. So today we will just be going through the round of 32. We've had an action-packed day of all men's heats. We started with the round of 56, then into the round of 48, and we're currently in the round of 32. So tomorrow we'll have the women's round of 16 as well, men's round of 16, and then moving through to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So we will see the winner crowned tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully the aim is to be back at Redhead Beach with the famous Redhead, what you wouldn't say statue? Shark Tower. And we have the trophies that are designed, in the shape of that shark tower. So it's pretty special to have it at Redhead. But that just depends on conditions, which are looking ideal for Redhead, I've heard. So, yeah, that's hopefully where we'll be.
We'll be at Redhead. So we're back. So just for the people at home that are watching, there's been a bit of a rash shirt mix-up. Don't know if the boys have grabbed them separately themselves or what's happened, but so White in the lead is actually Cash Brown. From the people who are watching at home, probably Cash's family know he's in white. They know the way he surfs, and probably the same for Harry and his family, know that Harry is not in white. So on our screen, it does say Harry O'Brien, but Cash Brown has a 9.5 and a 6.5. Fletch Kelleher in second with a 6.53 and a 6.5. And blue is Harry O'Brien needing a big score. And this is Cash Brown, as we see. So people at home will know that white is Cash Brown.
My apologies. Before I thought it had been fixed, but then it was unfixed.
I just went over to try help fix, and it made it more confusing that we were...
I saw something change, and I thought it changed.
No, it made it more confusing the way we tried to change it. So we had to bring it back to where we are now. Us as commentators on here, we know who's who.
Yep, that's
we
it.
tried to change the scores around. It became very, very confusing. Here's a replay of White, Cash Brown, which he did a variation of that a little bit earlier. It netted him a 9.5.
Insane.
It was why we were trying to fix the situation. I was actually near the judges, but the judges saw it and absolutely loved it. So we've got the score in. Cash Brown way out in front. This second place, Fletch Kelleher. He's looking to try better, a 6.5. Looking to get a 9.48 for the lead. So massive heat here from Cash Brown. Like we say, sorry for the inconvenience on the confusion of the scores. It will be resolved, but at the end of the day, the right person is winning this heat. It does say on our screen, Harry, but unfortunately, it is actually Cash Brown. So here he is up again. Mr. Backside full rotation.
Yeah, and Fletcher in the red still, he hasn't given up. He's still going.
You never give up. Never give up.
Yeah, his last wave he dropped was the highest he had yet. So that was a 6.53. And so he now has a 6.50 and a 6.53. So he's still up there. His that combination in a lot of the heats today would have got him through in first position.
Yep, but he come up against Cash Brown and he's got huge. So we will watch this one unfold, but it's a pleasure to be down here watching the best junior surfers in the Australian region here at Catherine Hill Bay. Hopefully we are back at Catherine Hill Bay at Redhead tomorrow. Would be beautiful. We would love that. But we are just happy to be here.
For sure. Yeah, I'm excited. I think Redhead is a go.
Redhead is a go.
The famous shark tower that I couldn't remember what it was before.
That's classic.
It's iconic. You see it in every photo, but...
Yep. So there's Harry O'Brien in the blue.
Yep.
Just to confuse everyone again once more time. What are we in? We're in Heat 3 of the round of 32. Heat 4 up next, and then 4 to go after that. So we're powering through today. We're a bit of a late start, bit of a late location change, but we're here now. We're powering through the day. Back-to-back heats with massive scores. You had Huey Vaughan in the last one, 8 points for turns. And Cash Brown goes to the moon for a cheeky backside full row for a 9.5. So we did say this earlier. We would be starting to cook, get a bit heated in this main round. Some pretty big things on the line going to World Juniors and stuff like that. So super, super exciting. Still some big heats to come.
For sure. Yeah, the surfing in this round of 32 has just stepped up another notch. I mean, it started off full swing this morning, but it just seems to keep progressing. I think everyone's setting the bar higher and higher, and the boys are just feeding off each other and trying to really make their mark in this Pro Junior League before they step up into the qualifying series for those boys that aren't already there or doing the Challenger, which a few of these surfers are that are seeded into this round of 32. Sure, it looked like Green had a look at that.
Minute remaining.
Lots of sets rolling through, but
Heaps of waves, not a lot of scoring opportunity. 35 seconds on the clock. Just to clarify again, it is Cash Brown in the lead, Fletch Kelleher in second, and Jai Peg in third, looking for a big score, and same with Harry O'Brien, chasing a big number. We're counting down to the end of this one. Cash Brown's got another ramp here. No, he doesn't. It's kind of jumped away from him.
yeah, he did well, but I think just wave selection's been key for Cash.
Very, very key.
Every wave he's chosen. Oh, is that
Harry
Cash?
O'Brien. Harry, nice little spin to win at the end. Don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, needed an 8.76. It's a big ask.
Big ask. It was a nice rotation. Would have needed a bit more height, like Cash's backside full rotation. We'll probably finish this one up and hand it over to our fellow commentators. And we'll go to a break and we'll come back with the next heat for you guys.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots in my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. Doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are, everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Let's Surf Pro Junior presented by Lake Macquarie City. My name is Sage Goldsbury. I'm here with Olivia, and we have round 32, Heat 4 in the water. Who have we got out there?
We've got in the red, we've got Ben Zanata Craig. In the white, we've got Felix Burns. In the blue, we've got Taj Simon. And in the green, we've got Matthias Joss Rowland.
Yeah, so Felix in the white has started off with a 4.33. And then the other boys just minor scores as of yet. I think we still have a few scores rolling through. But Felix has the biggest score so far, just a mid-range 4.33. Ben, he's opted to go right on that one, just kicking off. But we are here at the beautiful Catherine Hill Bay. You can see the big pier there. You said you were doing a little bit of research on the pier earlier.
Yeah. It's a coal loader from when the coal mine used to be over at Mooney. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So just behind the cliff there, they mined for coal back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. I was looking at it as we drove in. It's really cool. So beautiful. And I was like, I wonder if I can walk out on that. But I don't think so. I think it's just for show. But it's really cool.
It is really cool.
Yeah. So untouched. Such a beautiful area. We're here today. We thought we were going to be at Redhead this morning, but because of the big south swell, it just was a bit too washy, too windy down there. So we decided to relocate. But finals day will be starting tomorrow with the men's and women's round of 16. And we believe we'll be back at Redhead, which would be really cool. Be crowning our champions, the infamous Redhead Shark Tower trophies, and it seems right to do it back at Redhead. But obviously, we'll have to see what the contest directors decide in the morning.
Yeah.
Surfing's funny like that. It's you have to be very flexible as a surfer. You know, I think everyone would have been, training yesterday at Redhead and preparing there, and they pretty much confirmed that it would be Redhead, and then there was a quick change this morning. So keeping everyone on their toes, but I think it was definitely a good decision.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I couldn't imagine surfing a comp like this at Redhead on a day like today. It'd just be white caps everywhere. So
yeah, most definitely.
Was that green on the right?
Matthias Joss Rowland on the right, wrapping it around. That's his first wave of the heat so far. So he's just kind of been waiting for that one. Felix Burns is still out in the lead with that 4.33. Ben Zanata Cray with the 2.5. And everyone else just with minor scores so far.
Yeah, no, goodness. Someone's got their mic down. It it is. I feel like a wing noise through the thing. Maybe the way. That's better. Whoever's just reset it, thank you very much. Sanity back. Drone.
Yeah, so all the boys are sitting pretty close together. Who we got just taking off?
That looked like blue.
Blue.
Taj Simon.
Yeah, so using his priority. Oh, actually green. Matthias in fourth priority. No real loss there. Not a bad move to kind of keep busy.
It's hard to tell that blue and green apart.
Yeah, it's really hard. Very similar. You were seeing rights and lefts rolling through. Matthias, we just saw his last right. It was a 3.40, second highest wave of the heat so far. So yeah, all the boys sitting relatively close to each other out there. Priority has become more and more important as the days gone on. Just less consistency, I'd say, a little bit slower. So it means when you have priority, you have to play it smart, most definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when they're all sitting so close to each other, it's easy for priority mistakes to be made.
And being from the area, are there any places around Lake Macquarie or Newcastle that you'd recommend or you like visiting?
Fraser Park's always my favourite.
Fraser
It's
Park?
probably a 20-minute drive from Catherine Hill Bay.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's really nice. It's big point break, but also got the beach break there.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, right-hand point break, which there's not many of them in Newcastle.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, a lot
that's
of
always
lefts,
good. Yeah.
as we were discussing earlier. Yeah, Redhead, I feel like every time I surf there, there's kind of the right heading into the corner, but then a lot of lefts, just all the way down the beach, which is really cool. I'm a goofy
Yeah.
footer. You are too. We love our lefts.
Yes, love a left.
Mateus, up and riding. Pretty nice belt there, a lot of spray. But,
Hang on.
yeah, just coming off that one.
It's like blue Taj having a look at this left. Just one nice turn.
Yeah, you got a bit of fins free there, which is really nice. The judges love the one nice turn in the critical section of the wave. So he did just that. He'll go get the replay. Nice belt. Rides out of that one. So that'll definitely improve on his last wave. But yeah, we'll see if it is the 4.07 that he requires. But yeah, kind of slow this one, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. The consistency's definitely dropped from this morning, but there's still some fun ones out there, so that's what matters.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so Taj Simon, his last wave was a 4.67. So that was above the requirement he was looking for and has jumped him into first. So that's going to put some pressure on his competitors. He still only has a very minor second score, but is the highest total of the heat. And yeah, he'll just be looking to improve on that 0.93.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that that'll be a throwaway score for him.
Yeah,
So.
most definitely. Mateus, he was surfing really strong in the early heats this morning. He's had to surf twice already. I think he was in the round of 64. So he's been busy. This is
Ben.
Ben, yeah. That's nice. A few turns on that one. He was looking for a 3.04. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the score.
Neither would I. That was a pretty good first and second turn for Ben on that one on his backhand. So
Yeah, Mateus has already made it through two heats. He's had a bit of time out in the lineup this morning. So they're giving him a bit of experience. Felix.
Felix the Merriweather boy.
Local
Merriweather boy.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah. Super strong surfer as well. I've watched him in a couple comps now and he's just seems to be getting better and better. So
yeah, that's great to see. How old is Felix around?
I want to say maybe 15, 16.
Yeah.
Around that range. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. It's good to see, Lake Macquarie's producing such a strong caliber of young juniors,
Yeah, for
or the
sure.
entire Newcastle area. It's really exciting to see.
Yeah.
And yeah, there we go. So the last wave of Red was a 5.03. So he has jumped up into first place with that two-turner on his back end. And then Mateus, he's just jumped up. It was a 2.57, but it was all he needed to jump Taj Simon. Taj, he is in third now. He's holding on to priority, and he only needs a 1.30. So yeah, there's not much between them. Very small scores. Felix only looking for a 1.64. So yeah, no doubt they should be able to get those ones. It's just whether the waves roll through. Priority is definitely going to be important here. Taj will want to use his on the best possible wave he can.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of mid-range scores, so, they'd be hoping to break into the better and excellent to secure their spot through. I feel like, even in the dying seconds, at this point, anyone can jump anyone. So
Yeah.
be really wanting to get out of that 4-point range to differentiate yourself between your competitors.
If you were in Taj's position, what would you be doing in this moment? Would you be waiting it out?
Yeah, I wouldn't be waiting too long. Like, he's only just under 5 minutes. But, yeah, you'd just be wanting one big belt. But then again, he only needs a 1.3. It's a tricky one because, he could get it on anything. But you don't want to, waste your priority. Just get the one.
Yeah.
And then, someone else out behind you gets an even better one and betters their score, and suddenly you don't just need a 1, you need like a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, Taj, I'd just be looking for one where you can get 1 or 2 big turns off, like you're always looking for, I guess. But
Yeah.
it's a nerve-wracking situation for sure. I feel like priority can definitely add the nerves.
For sure. I think that was Felix Burns we just saw on the right then.
Yeah, so Felix, he only needs a 1.64. And I reckon that one's going to be it. If I was Mateus, I'd be feeling a little nervous right now.
Yeah. He goes Taj on this right.
Taj, yeah, I believe that'd likely be
Yeah.
the 1.30. So Mateus will definitely be hunting something. Whether or not, it's Taj or Felix that jump up into second, we'll have to see. I feel like Felix's potentially was a little more critical, a little more risk involved, but we'll have to see what the judges think about that. Mateus is now sitting in priority. He will be looking for a score after Taj and Felix's scores roll through. And Ben, he's just keeping really busy.
He's really trying to cement his first place in this heat. But keep him busy, like you said.
He's kind of building a house. He started off with, I think, just the 4 at the start. Got himself a 5. I'm not sure if that one will get himself further ahead or not, but either way, he's played a pretty smart heat given the slowing conditions, I believe. So just under 2.5 minutes. Scores are coming through Just waiting on some from Taj and Felix. Likely to cause a bit of a change to our draw there, but yeah, Felix. Yep. Oh, there's a lot of moving on going. Ooh, okay. So,
Bit of a mix around.
Taj Simon has moved up to second place. His last score was a 4.67, I believe.
Let's find out.
It jumped him up.
4.67, yeah.
Yeah, and then Felix had the 4.7.
7, yeah.
So yeah, both jumped Mateus. Looking for mid-range scores again to jump up.
Mateus is really looking for these lefts at the moment.
And Felix was just having a little look there. There's 50 seconds remaining. We go Felix. He's looking for a mid-range score. He's going to opt for an air. And just comes unstuck. That looked like it would have been so sick if he landed it, but just kind of slid out on the end there. Couldn't hold on.
Definitely had the height for that air for it to be a good
Yeah,
scoring.
most definitely. I wonder if he had opted for turns there, if he could have just got the 4-5-4 just off turns. I don't know, you know.
It's one of those things where you just kind of...
It was a smaller wave, so maybe not, but, you know, he could have just smashed out 2 turns and made it through, but we're going to go to a ad break and we will see you for the next one.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do. And I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late. before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it. The bad thing at the end. And, yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie WSL Pro Junior. We are into the round of 32, Heat 5. My name is Sage Goldsbury. I am joined with Olivia. Lucky to be down here at Catherine Hill Bay. Beautiful conditions here.
Looks like Isaiah up on the left-hander there, just quick one and then out.
All the boys sitting pretty close together. The bank has kind of shifted to form one pretty tight peak. I feel like earlier this morning there was definitely different areas to sit. There was a left and a right kind of on different ends of the beach, but as the tide has kind of come in, we're starting to see the boys sitting a lot closer together. And yeah, priority obviously comes into play there a lot more. We've seen a lot of people having to sit on their other competitors as it gets to the dying minutes, which always sucks, you know.
Yeah.
Whether you're, you know, the person being sat on or even when you're sitting on someone else, it kind of feels a bit harsh.
Yeah.
You're getting so close to someone and they don't want you around. Yeah, they don't want to be anywhere near you. You're just following them. But that's the game we play and everyone knows, you know, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Come out friends, it's fine.
Happens in the water, leave it in the water.
Exactly, most definitely.
I've seen a couple paddle battles as well today.
Yeah, we have.
Just in those last few minutes. The heats.
We've got Red Winter Vincent opting for one of those rights. Really nice fin blow. Surfing with maturity beyond his years, and he's going to get a link up on this one, which we haven't seen a lot. So that was just really great wave selection from Winter. You can see, I feel like his experience on the Challenger Series would definitely set him above the rest. Compared to the other boys, I feel like, you know, you're traveling all around the world and put under a lot of pressure. So, you know, you get a lot of heat experience and experience under pressure. So I'm expecting good things from him.
Yeah.
Toby Holly, though, that was a really nice forehand snap. He found a nice left there.
I think this might be Toby's second or third heat of the day as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He's been out here a couple times.
Some of these boys were into the round of 64 and have had to grind their way all through the day. So they surfed their round of 64, then their round of 48, and now their third heat in the 32. But then there's guys like Winter Vincent and Max McGillivray who were just strolled on in. They had a sleep in and they're surfing their first heat of the event right now.
Fresh legs.
Fresh legs, I know. But then maybe Toby and I saw a few of the other guys that had made it all the way through. Maybe they got to feel out the lineup, you know. They've been surfing, you know, it all morning. They've got to see the way it shifts and changes, and maybe that'll play into as advantage. So we'll see how that goes. We've still got some scores rolling through Winter's last and Max's last. So yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Looks like a little bit of backwash starting to come through on the shore as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of like a lip in the sand dune.
Yeah.
Just right on the shore that's kind of pushing a bit of backwash into the shorey. So the boys will have to hold on a fair bit there to make it through the whitewash and the last manoeuvres. We are at Catherine Hill Bay today because of a big south swell that rolled through last night. We thought we were going to be at Redhead, but the better decision was definitely Catherine Hill Bay. So we're here today, but I believe we'll be back at Redhead tomorrow. I think offshore winds, so that'll be really exciting to see.
Yeah.
Finals day, champions crowned back at Redhead. So split peak situation. We're going to follow Winter. Backhand snap, another one. A lot of nice spray. And yeah, that was really nice. It really held up for him too. I feel like, again, really great wave selection.
Winter dropped that 6.67 for his last wave as well, so he'll be looking to get rid of that 0.6 as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Which I'm pretty sure his last wave just then would have done the trick.
Yes, absolutely.
Easily.
Then we saw Max go for a right then. Looked like he got a few hits off. He's looking for a 3-point ride to jump Isaiah Vikeli. Glorious day down here at the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. It is the final Pro Junior in our series in Australia. The top two boys and girls are looking to qualify for the WSL World Junior titles. There you go, Isaiah in the blue. Backhand snap just comes off in the whitewash. But yeah, lots on the line here. As I said, there's a lot of competitors, like a lot of the top seeds are away at a QS in the Philippines at the moment. So it leaves a lot of wiggle room and potential for our competitors here to move up in the rankings, which is really cool.
Yeah, for sure. They'll all be looking to up their positions.
Yeah.
That's probably what makes them all want this a little bit more, for sure.
Definitely. You know, and if you feel like you had a slow start to the year, there's no better way to, you know, finish it off with a great result here. It's just a confidence booster.
Yeah, definitely.
If you finish your season off with a good result too, most definitely. And yeah, everyone wants to make World Juniors a excuse to travel overseas,
exactly.
travel.
Who wouldn't want that?
So, yeah. I know Marlon Harrison, he's leading the rankings. And Lennox Smith, he's in second, but they are both away. So Winter, he, I believe, is sitting fourth, or maybe it is sixth. Actually, no, maybe he's a bit further down because he was away doing QSs too. But a win could definitely move him up as well.
That wave for Winter, still just waiting for that score to drop in. They're thinking really hard about that one.
Yeah, and I think we might have had one from Max McGillivray as well. That's just come in at a 5, so he's jumped to second. It was a nice right, few snaps off the top, pretty critical, so that seems about right. But still not much between them. Toby is looking for a 3.34 and Isaiah only looking for a 4.11. So there's a lot on the line, but there's not much between them. Very, very achievable scores for these boys. I've seen them all surf and they're very capable. So Winter, he will get back. Max is surfing on this one. That'll definitely better his score. Yeah, some really nice belts on his backhand. That left really held up for him. Really smart decision. He was kind of under priority there too, so that was definitely a great move from him. But Winter, getting back to that, he just dropped an
8.67.
Yeah, an 8.67.
He's got him comboed.
Yeah.
He's got him comboed.
That is a lovely feeling, being the person who's comboing the others. Not so much when you're in combo land, but
he'd be loving that.
Yeah, he would be feeling super confident. Most definitely.
I think that's just a show of his experience on the Challenger as well.
Oh, absolutely.
With the way he's surfing.
Yeah, I feel like he's been surfing against literally some of the world's best. And then coming back here, he'd be feeling so confident, you know?
Yeah.
And just, he's surfed so many heats in the last year. He's definitely got experience beyond a lot of these boys in the juniors. So, yeah. He's showing itself through his scores.
Yeah,
and Max,
definitely.
He just dropped a score.
Yeah, it's Max with the 6.33. He's out of combo land now and just needs the 9.01 to get up into first.
Isaiah and Toby are both looking for 7s. Isaiah needs a 7.03 and Toby a 7.73 to advance. It's looking like it might be a bit of a race for second. Like a 9, that would be one of the highest scores. I saw a 9 was dropped earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure who by. Maybe I'm not too sure who dropped the 9, but I remember hearing it being announced across the beach. But yeah, it would be one of the highest scores of the day. So yeah, potentially it's more of a race for second.
I think Winter's 8.67 goes into one of the highest of the day as well.
Yeah, definitely. We saw one of the boys earlier. They scored an 8.1, I believe, on a big air rev, high, clean, but they didn't have a backup. It's such a catch, you know. You can have one of the I think it was the best score of the day at that point in the morning, but he just didn't make it through. Didn't have the backup. It's such a catch. But Max, he's sticking with these lefts that he found success with earlier, and that was really, really nice. Super clean backhand, air reverse.
I think the judges are going to like that one.
Almost definitely. So he's looking to better a 5-point ride. And I think you could definitely do that. Like, not many of the boys are doing that.
For sure.
You know, it's definitely a point of difference. Yeah, look at that. We'll get that angle again.
Yeah, got up above the lip as well, so got some height on it.
Yeah, really nice.
Just wait for that one to come in, but I'm sure it'll be a high scoring wave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both of our advancing surfers, Winter and Max, they kind of have different approaches to surfing. I feel like Max, he has a pretty good air game, which is really cool. Winter is a bit of a heavier surfer, maybe stronger. I shouldn't even say that. he's just on an air. So forget what I was saying. But that was sick. And another
That's another
blowtail.
It's another good scoring wave
That-
for Winter.
Definitely look like he'll improve his 667. I'd be thinking. Max just grabbing another one, but we'll replay that air. Far out.
Nice.
Really clean transition. And then finds that end section again. So yeah, Winter looking really strong. And yeah, Max did better his score. He got a 5.20. So that makes the requirement for Isaiah and Toby a little bit higher. Isaiah looking for a 7.23. Toby looking for a 7.93.
Yeah, the boys will definitely be feeling the pressure going into these last 3 minutes.
Yeah, they both have first and second priority, which is nice. Feels a little better, but then I feel like sometimes priority can play a trick on you.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
you sit and you wait and you're like, oh, maybe the next one will be better. Maybe the next one will be better. And then it never comes, or you're too picky, and the one you take off on isn't very good, and it's no worse feeling. So yeah, priority can be a gift and also a curse at the same time. But here Toby's taking off, he's using his second priority. He gets a really nice blowtail, but I don't believe that'll be deemed as complete, unfortunately. Isaiah, he's taking off his first priority. Gets a really nice carve off at the start and then that snap to finish. But it might not be big enough, I'd say. I'd say those turns weren't critical enough.
Yeah, I just think he was playing it a bit safe with that one. Just trying to complete the wave, I think, was his goal for that one. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, he might have needed to push it a little harder to get that 4.23, or maybe wait for one of the bigger waves that offered a steeper, more critical section. I've noticed the judges are loving when the boys are like throwing their board right up into the lip and getting that airdrop down. You know, that's just so exciting to watch. Gets them up out of their chair. They've been sitting there for a little while now. Since about 8 a.m. So they're getting tired. They want to see something new. And Vincent is kind of bringing that. He's throwing so much spray, surfing with such maturity. And yep, he just bettered his score again. An 8.77. Yep.
Wow. Back in comboed for Max McGilvray.
Yeah. Gosh, he's looking like a real threat for the win, I'd be saying. Yeah.
For sure. If this is anything to judge off for the other boys, I'd be a bit worried we put up against Winter at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, he's throwing warning signs to all his other competitors that he's back. He's returned from the Challenger Series and he is feeling better than ever, I'd say. 30 seconds on the clock. Isaiah and Toby still looking for scores. There is a set out the back though, and I can see the boys kicking and paddling.
Looks like Max is going to get that one.
Yeah, that's a good looking one. It's going to hold up. Wraps it around. Might be one of those rights that kind of bubble off, but he'll get an end section. A little bit of a hop back to the shore, but we'll just throw to our break and we'll see you for the next heat.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe of 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots in my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked, no matter how old or young.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior. My name's Sage Goldsbury. I am joined in the booth with Jacko Baker. And we just saw a really nice flurry of waves during the break. So, yeah, really quick start to this one.
We got a little replay here. White. Have to look. White. I think I'll remember this one. Nice little frontside air reverse away from the wind.
Yeah.
Very interested to see that though.
We'll see whether that's
Are they gonna cruel him? Dane Lewis. You can't let those ones go. As we see Creed Smart. I think he's from Coffs Harbour.
Yeah. His sister
Rosie's
was
brother?
on the Challenger this year.
Yeah.
I think
Rosie's here too.
Yeah, surfing back here.
Back on the juniors. Another surfer coming back from the Challenger Series. So tons of experience. Back to, you kind of can say lower level because it is younger.
Yeah.
A lower level. So
Definitely. I was thinking that. We saw Winter in the last heat. He had 2.8s, like smashed it, had comboed the field. And yeah, that you just have to credit that to all his experience on the Challenger Series.
correct. As we see, Ty Richardson, big backside snap there. That was a really nice turn there, which we have seen all day. Those big one turns have been netting big numbers. So, we've got a lot of scores to drop. We got one for white, one for blue. I think we've had two for red. That one backside one, and I did see one out of frame before he finished with a nice floater. So I'd say he got two turns on that. So I'd say Ty's going to be, my guess is out in the lead from what I've seen. But I'm really interested to see White, Dane Lewis's air reverse to see if they honour that.
Yeah. I got to say incomplete.
I'm going to say incomplete as well. I hope the judges are a bit nicer than us.
Yeah. yeah, he kind of, is doing a bit of, pushing his way out of the whitewash, but the nose just dug.
It's
And
almost.
wow, is that 5-5 the
So
score?
they've given it. They didn't love it.
Yeah.
They didn't overly love it. They may have. My thought process behind it is they've given it. Just they've given it to him, but they've kind of crueled him for not completing it super clean. They've given it the
Yeah.
completion, but it probably should have been completed a little cleaner. So, like we said, Ty Richardson 7.33. I'm guessing that is for his two-turner that we kind of may have missed. Going to get it up here. No, he got a two-turner for a 4.37, and that one backside snap was a 7.33. So they've been loving those one big backside turn.
Yeah, just goes to show you do a massive turn in the critical part of the wave and the judges are going to reward you. They've been sitting here all day since 8 a.m. They're tired.
It's been a big day. They want to see excitement, and even it's cool to see. I mean, I like Dane's air reverse and a 5.5. It's a great start, but I really love when someone sticks to their strengths, Ty, one big backside snap, judges ate it up. It's nice just to see the comparison of innovation and just core big turns. The section that Ty did that one backside snap on was so much bigger. So it was really cool that he did that and gets a 7.33. That's just good surfing.
Yeah.
I mean, I do love watching airs, but especially in these younger age groups, everyone gets a bit carried away with the innovation. I feel like power surfing's never going to die, and that's a good sign of that, I feel.
Definitely. I feel like in the past couple of years, an air reverse on the end section of a wave is not really, bringing the scores as much, especially in the boys division. I feel like if you're, bringing the power and turning in the critical part of the wave, the judges are going to reward it more than just an air rev on the last section of the wave, because there's not much risk, I guess, if you're doing it on the end section. It's
Yeah, if you're doing it out of the first turn,
yeah.
As we see, look at that set way out. We can't see it on camera. I'm seeing it out of camera. Oh, you can actually see it on the drone. That was a mad. Look at the bomby. It's not massive, but it's so there's still some swell. Tomorrow's going to be a good day. It's going to be interesting, but the winds are a lot more favourable tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Northwest winds tending northwest, northeast. Sorry. So northeast is both of those winds is very good for Redhead. So
so Redhead, it's offshore northeast.
Kind of cross offshore. It's kind of got a big headland on the northern end, and it kind of protects it from the wind. So regardless, I think we're going to be at Redhead tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be good. Crowning our champions.
I think we're going to have couches, not under a tent, so we might get pretty comfy.
Yeah, I know.
Bit of good chirp. As we see White looking at... thought he was going to get that one big turn there, but unfortunately not.
Those sets are rolling through now that we just saw. They kind of broke out the back and they're rolling in, but they look a bit straight, I think.
Little straight. The tide's kind of helping us here that it would be straighter if it was lower, but yeah, definitely quite straight.
Still potential though if you belted one of those.
Well, we did see Ty. His 7 was one big backside turn. I don't know if we got a replay of Green's first, the 6.17. I dare say that was probably one big turn. We still got 11, just over 11 minutes on the clock, 11 and a half. Everyone's kind of got one decent score. So, yeah, a lot to come. And in a round like this, we're getting into the main round, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
So the top seeds, your red and blues. And then you've got the guys that have come through the day. Potentially, I don't know, maybe Dane and Keenan have both come from round 1.
Yeah.
So they've surfed twice. This is their third time. So here goes Ty, another 1-2 combo. That'll better.
Do you reckon that plays in as an advantage if you've surfed a couple times, got to suss out the bank, or would you prefer to be that guy who's kind of strolled in, had a sleep in, come in late? I mean, everyone wants to be seated, right? But
yeah, well, as we see Ty here, nice replay. So Ty's been here. I've seen him since this morning, so he's kind of been down and around here watching. So it is hard. It's I would say someone like Huey Vaughan earlier may have driven from home, maybe an hour preheat, maybe not come this morning. So you've got that And then you've got Ty, who's from the Gold Coast, who might have just had to come down and check Catho out, not being here before. I know he's here with his dad. So they've been around kind of the comp all day. So I don't. It all depends. I mean, I do. It is lovely when you're seated. It does make you feel good. But then even for myself in the last event in Brazil last year, I was starting in round one because I lost my seating and I ended up making the semi. So in my defence, I really enjoyed that round one. I got some rhythm up and that extra round or extra surf, you understood the bank that little bit more, which you could say the same for the guys today that have started early. Just being on the bank, understanding where the best waves are. Like we're looking at it through a TV and also on a bit of an angle. I feel like if we kind of can see behind our TV, there's a lot of everyone's kind of watching it from front on. So I feel like you would have known that from this morning, watching it from front on. You never really want to watch or prepare for a heat on an angle.
Yeah.
Always want to be in front on the beach, maybe a little umbrella up down there with your mum or your dad or whoever's here with you, and you just get locked in. You might have a good little routine down there.
Yeah, yeah. But like you would have found it over in Brazil. Yeah, I mean, you got an equal third there. Congratulations. You can get a routine, kind of do the same thing each heat and prepare yourself well. And you can definitely find your way from round one into finals day, which we'll see tomorrow. There's a lot on the line. The boys and girls are looking to qualify for the WSL World Junior titles next year. The top two boys and girls will make it. And considering a lot of our higher seeds in the boys are over competing in a QS in the Philippines, there's a lot of wiggle room here for some of our lower seeds to move up the rankings and qualify for the Worlds next year.
Yep, for sure. I mean, I had a quick look at the rankings a little bit before. It looks like we don't have Marlon Harrison here. We don't have Dane Henry, Lennox Smith. So those boys have gone and backed themselves to qualify for the challenge as well, almost like a double dip. I guess that's where you want to be. I mean, World Juniors is a great achievement, and everybody wants to win that. But I mean, setting themselves up for their next year of their career, being closer to the challenges and having that opportunity to travel around with the Aussie crew on the challenges next year. So they're putting their best foot forward for that.
Yeah.
On the topic of that, I feel like we're going to be very, very blessed as we see Wyatt Dane taking off. Oh, he goes for it again. Going to be very blessed this coming year with how many Aussies we're going to have on the challenges. We're going to have a fresh 8.
Yeah.
Then you've got Jacob Wilcox, who finished top 20. Cal Robson finished top 20. Winter finished top 20. Morgan Siblick finished top 20. So there's already 4 or 5 guys that are already inside the challenges, and then we still got another 8. So we're going to have probably 14, 15 men's on the challenges. So
yeah, how did you find that being in the Challenger Series? I can see all the Aussie boys and girls get around each other. What was that like? Did you kind of feed into that, the encouragement and support of the other Aussies?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's all in like moderation too. It's like you really want to support everyone, but it is quite hard when you may have a later heat that day or whatnot. I think everyone puts their own, personal career first. But if it works out that someone's a heat before you or a heat after, or the boys get a day off and the girls are on it, it is really cool. Everyone really commits to that, and I feel like it all came back from that one year. It must have been 2021, the year after COVID, and we all had to leave for about 3.5 months in a row for the 4 events, and everyone just got around each other. You're away from family, friends, partners, and that's where it all kind of resonated from. That's where it all started. So yeah, it's been cool. Like, it's really cool that we can sally one in Portugal and get down there and support, and then Joel and George and the boys in Brazil
it would have been
qualified.
Crazy
it was really special. Yeah, so
just a couple of years ago they were surfing in the Pro Juniors.
Yeah, I know the young fellas. They're the young crop too.
I can't believe it.
Pretty Jolie had such a good finish. It was so good to watch. He probably came into that end leg not even thinking about qualification. Went to Portugal, got 3rd, and then kind of was like, oh, maybe it's a possibility. And then got to Brazil, and he'd made like 2 heats, and he was already in the conversation.
Yeah.
As we see, White absolutely tagging away on that left. That was a really good wave.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. It ran off for him, but it also held up had a wall that he could belt. So, yeah, he was looking for a 4.14 to jump Keenan Crisp, who's is sitting in second. Ty has got a pretty good lead. He's got the 7.33 and the 5.17. Yeah, and Dane Lewis, he did. He got the score on that one. I think he got a 5.5 for that one or a 5.7.
5.7. So he's jumped his way in a second. He was under priority there too. So up north the beach a little bit more. Jumped his way into second with 5 to go. Ty Richo's still out in the lead. Green, Keenan Crisp. He kind of anchored up since that early start.
Yeah, it could be the priority. I feel like
when you got the big P, sometimes you don't know how to use it.
Bit of a curse. He's looking for a 5.03 to jump ahead. But yeah, he's out there with priority. I feel like can be a bit of a curse. Do you feel like priority adds pressure for you, definitely, when you're competing?
I shouldn't say pressure. It's a blessing when you get it. Yeah, depending on where you are. I mean, sometimes in conditions like today, you may overthink it and be too picky and think that you have to wait for a 7 or an 8 point wave, which I don't think there is many out there. I think a lot of those scores today have been created by. Here we go. This might have been. Oh, I just missed it there. Actually, Keenan Crisp had a look at that wave. It didn't go. Maybe he didn't want to look at it. I thought because he had priority, he might have gone, but he gave it to the heat leader, so pressure off. But yeah, like I said, it's also priority can also be pretty scary as well. If being on tour a couple waves like chopes, pipe,
Yeah.
you've got to learn to embrace it. And out there, it is still hard to pick the right ones, but it's also you've got to get over that hump of like, I have first priority at big pipe. I actually have to go one. I actually have to go. There's no excuse
here.
here.
Like, someone was gonna get that one.
Yeah. As we see Keenan finishing one off there, needing a 5.03. Got 2 nice connections there. Got a little sticky on the second one.
A bit caught up. Bit slow coming down off that one.
But he still squeezed in 2, so...
It wasn't as big as some of the other waves we've been seeing, which, I mean, allowed him to do 2 turns, but I'm not sure if it'll be the 5.03. We'll kind of have to see. It'll be right.
It'll be within the areas, I feel, as we see Ty on the left. Quick in and out. I feel, I mean, they're going to... It's at that part of the heat, too. It's a pretty crucial part. 2:40 to go. It could go either way, and we've just seen the score drop, a 4.4. So I think they've really kind of grilled him for that second turn. I think that wave had a 5 on it. If you just kind of got through it a little cleaner.
Yeah, Dane. So he's taken off on that one, and it hasn't really bettered his score. He might have been in a better position to hold on to priority
and
there.
Sit there, I think for sure.
Because Dane, before that wave, had priority, and he could have gone and sat on either Keenan.
Yeah, like Creed's not really been in the heat the whole time, but to be 2 minutes to go and only need a 6.53, everything's doable, you know. So Ty's pretty safe out in front. He's consolidated, getting off 5.17, so he's just chipping away. I'm looking off screen. I've kind of got Keenan more north with second priority needing that 5.03, and then Creed's kind of sitting on the main peak. Looking out the back, there's definitely some type of movement on wave in the wave category. So probably a mistake from Dane, especially with first priority being able to control and block.
Yeah.
Like even if like the best wave of the heats comes through and then he should have had priority, but he's let it go. Creed's kind of gone a big closeout here, and it was nice, but it's probably not the score. And then he got Keenan up the beach here on a pretty solid wave. So he's got to get a turn here. He's going for an air. I'd say that's a mistake as well. There's been a few mistakes here.
What did he need? A 5.03?
If he just did a nice carve down or a layback there, I dare say he probably would have got the score.
It's so easy to fall into that trap of thinking you need to do something massive.
Or you just need to go out of body and go massive, but you don't.
You really just need it. Like, I mean, the wave kind of was going to give him that score if he just, hit it, hit that section, just belted it.
He surely watched enough of the conditions today and seen that one big turn has been getting 5 pluses. So, yeah, I was quite surprised by that manoeuvre selection. I mean, if he'd hit the section better, maybe the board might have stuck. The wind is south, so it is into the lefts for 4 airs. But yeah, I'd say a mistake there, and we got the countdown because we're a little bit behind. And he's got an opportunity down the beach, but it just didn't. Dane got away with.
Yeah, he got
away with it.
Murder.
He got away with it there. So
yeah, Ty and Dane making it through.
We'll wrap this one up, and we'll come into the final 2 heats of the day.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it. The bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
Start off finals day with a bang, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say that might be the case for the round of 16 women's. Don't quote us on that, but
we're just guessing. We're
Yeah.
picking. We don't have we do have insider information, but we don't know about that. As we see Mitchell Peterson on an inside little right here. He's got a little edge though. Nice little first turn. Second calf was really nice. Laid the rail down. Unfortunately, it was a really small wave, but 13 to go. He only had a .93 before that, so he's given himself, I don't know, the opportunity. He's back. He's swinging. He's in the heat. No one's really, first 8 minutes have gone by, no one's really got much. High score, 4.73, a 3.83, a 4. I'd say Blues would be in that area. So everyone's going to have around that 3 to 4.1 score going into the final 10.
Yeah, kind of a lower scoring heat to start compared to the last two heats we saw. In Heat 5, there was an 8.77 and 8.67 by Winter Vincent, and we had a 6.33, and then Ty Richardson in that last heat dropping a 7.33. So in the almost excellent range, as we see Red up and riding.
Zipping along, Zaya Hessian, and he gets it up there for the finish, so not bad going there. As we see White, Josh Levy out the back, I dare say he's going to the air here. Just a little bit too quick on the spin there, but he's going for it. I know that he does love to do an air, loves an air. So we're going to see that out of Josh, and quite excited for that. I mean, that keeps us on the edge of our seat.
Definitely.
We've seen a big air earlier from Cash Brown in our little heat we had that we kind of didn't know what was going on, but big backside full row. We had one that was incomplete by Huey Vaughan a bit earlier. So I think the majority of today we've had just really good surfing.
Yeah. Standard has been set very high.
So we're not complaining. It's going to
be interesting tomorrow how they can top that and keep raising the bar, because it is finals day and we are expecting the finest, the best, and everyone fighting for these points to make it to those World Junior Championships.
Here we go. Mitchie Peterson down the beach. Big first turn there. Gets a second and a third. He might even have a fourth in him here. Yeah, that was a really well surfed inside wave. It was an inside wave.
Yeah.
And we did see the wave before that. Zaya, a 5.2 on a pretty similar wave. So Mitch is one before that little right, 3.03. So he's in the heat. And then he's just kind of got some rhythm there on that last. So I personally like that last little left there from Mitchie Peterson. So I'm interested to see where that comes in. And then we're going to have a bit of a heat set coming into the final 10.
Yeah, so it looks like that's dropped now at a 6.0. So
they liked it.
They loved it.
They liked that first turn. And that's the thing too. I feel like in the last few years, there used to be so much emphasis on size of wave. But when the conditions are like this, and if someone rips a little wave, I really think that if a wave has good shape, I don't think size matters that much, which we've just seen now. I think if he'd done that on a big wave, yeah, it was an 8+. But for him to do what he did just then on a quite a small wave, that was really, really, really well surfed. So
yeah, they couldn't deny the surfing ability on that.
No, you never can. So it was really, really good surfing there from Mitchell Peterson. So excited for this last 10 minutes. This heat's been pretty stacked.
Yep. Yeah, kind of a slower heat. That wind kind of picked up a little bit the Savo, though still not too strong.
Not overly strong. As we see Mitch, he's just getting busy. Nice first turn there. He kind of missed a little bit more there, but he's just chipping away. That's what I really like about it. He's just really chipping away at it. Just it's the way you got to be. Just keeping busy. I feel like, especially Mitch's, I've actually seen him all day. We were talking about just before about being around and down here all day, and I mean a lot of these guys, Mitch is from up in Queensland, so not a lot of them have been to Catherine Hill Bay before. So even though he may have been a later heat, probably still wanted to come down here and see what it was all about, and watch the conditions. So he's taken the get busy approach underneath the priority of Darcy Dwyer and Josh Levy at the moment. And he just seems to be keep chipping away. He goes to the lead there with a 4.47. So Mitch has actually surfed this whole heat so far under priority.
Yeah.
And he's in the lead. So not a bad way to do it.
He's definitely hustling, just staying busy. There has been a theme for the surfer in blue today, I've noticed. Every heat I've commentated.
The blue has been
the hustler.
Has the blue been hustling?
Yeah. I don't know if that's something communicated at the Rashi tent or
Who knows?
just seems to be the theme today. Starting off with that first heat this morning, blue caught about 10 waves, while the other two surfers waited 20 minutes to catch one wave.
You can't be doing that. You got to be staying busy. As we've been talking about in the little fella, he's down the beach. Little frontside, little spin, spun it back. Got an inside little link here on the high tide. Got the little shory link. It's actually a sick little wave. So he's actually really, really done so well at just creating opportunity by staying busy. And we've seen Zai hasn't caught a wave for a bit. Josh hasn't caught a wave for either. Darcy hasn't caught one for probably 6 minutes. So moving around the bank, he's more north. It's working at the moment. Not going to say it's worked. There's still 7 minutes on the clock. But at the moment, it's working for him.
Yeah, as we see a red, there's Zaya. He's up and riding.
One big turn. Oh, he probably could have done the one big turn then. I personally feel there was a one big turn there.
He did wait a while as well.
Waited a while. Nothing wrong with waiting as long as you execute after that wait.
Yeah. Must have just felt he mistimed it. Could have been something as simple as he felt he wasn't right in the wax.
Right in the wax.
Foot in the wrong spot, or I don't know.
Sometimes it can just be you just, I don't know, have a little trip on your way up, or it can be pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just not feeling it, and then that's okay.
Yeah, the section did present itself, but anyway, he's got time. He's got 6 minutes to wait for another one.
6 minutes. We got a bit of an update here. It looks like Mitchie Peterson's still in the lead. Zaya is still in second. Situation kind of hasn't changed for a bit. And then the other two boys that haven't quite been as busy as first and second at the moment are actually in the bottom two positions. So we see Josh Levy here, local boy. He's going to go to the air again. He's done that twice now. He's had the rotation. He's done everything right, and he's just not quite getting it, like finishing it. As we see Zai down the beach, nice two-turn combo. So pretty telling in this heat. The busier you are, the more opportunity you're creating for yourself. So, red and blue at the moment. And they're the boys that actually haven't surfed a heat today, the seeded boys. I mean, what are we down to about 2 o'clock this hour, a bit after 2? 3.
Yeah.
The day's getting away from us.
We only have one more heat after this one.
No, been a big day. And then we got another big day tomorrow.
Yeah, so fortunately, Joshua Levy has not yet completed
one of his airs.
One of his airs that he's going for. So it'll be interesting if he changes up his game plan to go for turns, or if he's going to commit and really back himself to land it. We know he can do it. Seen him do it. Merriweather.
Oh, he does it all the time. He's really, really, really good at him. So just wait and see.
It'll be the pressure, the nerves. It's getting to him.
There's always pressure. There's always nerves. You just got to embrace it. Last of red, 4.8. So a little bettering there. Like we said, under priority, keeping swinging. Darcy Dwyer looks like he's finally going to use his priority on this little left here. He's going to have to get moving off this first bit. He's up there for, that was a really nice snap there, and another. And he's going to get a third too. So patience may have been a virtue there for Green Darcy. He's leading a 5.27.
Yeah, that's going to be close.
I'm saying yes. I'm committing. I believe it.
I'm no judge, so I'm going to leave it up to them. But I would say he's going to be, very close to that mark.
I'm no judge, but I think he's got it.
The patience theory.
The patience theory. Maybe it's worked. Maybe who knows? But yeah, we'll have to wait for this one to come in. But I think it's going to be first turn had that really nice spark, quick second, and a pretty solid finish. So, wow, they didn't like it. I liked it. That's why we're not judges. That's why we're sitting in here talking about it. So he needed a 5.2 and got a 4.8. So he's bettered his situation. 3 to go. Josh Levy just paddled with priority again. Looks like he's trying to be busy, but he's not getting busy. If I was Josh personally, I mean, no one can hear us, so we can always say he needs to go north. He needs to get away. Needing a 617. If he stomps one of those airs, he's going to get a 617. So this is a part of the heat where when guys have priority around you, you've got to get away. You've got to create space and find a way to create your own opportunity.
Yeah, sitting in third priority is not ideal. Still needing a 6.17. Do see a set rolling on through, so this could be his chance, but blue.
Mitchy Peterson with prior. Big one turn.
It's nice.
Nice. He probably will marginally better. That was a big set. That was a straight set. They're not necessarily the ones that we want or they want.
Definitely. They're all going to be under it.
You would think so.
So just waiting on that last wave of blue to see if it furthers his lead.
We've got a wave here. It looks like Red's going to use his priority. Smart defensive surfing, and he's going to get 2 nice turns. So Red there has done the defensive maneuver, and I think he's bettered his situation as well. So he's actually going to make life a lot harder for Josh and Darcy. And there's another little mistake there from Josh. He just looks a bit skitsy. Yes, he's taken off on little waves. I know Josh well. When he puts his surfing together, he'd be well and truly more in this heat. But I think he gets in his head about the airs, and once you're in that headspace, it's quite hard to get yourself out of it. So Mitchy Peterson, Zaya, have just been very calculated, making very smart decisions.
Yeah.
Not so much under pressure. They've been able to make decisions from the front.
Definitely.
And we got Mitch here.
Heat leader, just up and down.
A victory flogging, you may say. Kind of face plant down that one.
Just having a bit of fun now.
Bit of fun. It looks like we're going to have 50 seconds to go. I don't know if there's going to be much more opportunity for Darcy and Josh. It's coming down to that final 30 seconds. Green's moving around. He's found an opportunity here, a little right. He's going to need a little bit in this wave. He's going to go big, and he's just gone for the grab rail reverse and kind of not got the grab of the rail for the reverse. So
I feel like he was in 2 minds what to do there. He was almost lining up an air, and then, it
was tricky. It's one of those ones. It's you can't get caught in 2 minds. He almost thought he could get 2 turns as well. So it's counting this one out. Second last heat of the day. Looks like it'll be definitely Mitch Peterson in the lead and Zaya Hession going through to the round of 16. We'll wrap this one up and we'll bring you the final heat of the day. It's been a great day. 1 to go. We'll see you soon.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
You know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. Ooh, that's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots in my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like he said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. Doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are, everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.
We are back, and he's not back, but he's come back with a bang to start this one off. Little local lad, Ocean Lancaster, 7.5. I think we're going to get a replay of this one. Here he goes. We got his little bleach blonde hair. Solid front backside snap there. Straight into another. And he got a third. And a fourth. So anyone at home who is wondering how to start a heat, that's how you start a heat, if anyone was wondering. So, yeah, Ocean Lancaster. He's been down here not all day, I wouldn't say. He only lives just down the road in Newcastle. So he'd be down here. He surfed down here before. 7.5 to start off. That's the way to do it.
For sure. Textbook surfing.
Absolutely. So
that's going to put him in a good spot to start off this heat. It's a stacked heat. I mean, they all have been in this round of 32.
It's been some crackers.
It is all a go as they're trying to advance these boys through to the round of 16 that will be tomorrow at Redhead Beach, most likely.
Fingers crossed.
99.9%.
That's the plan.
Sure.
We would love that. Here we go. Looks like Red Willis-Druma. I think this lad's from down in Victoria, Bells Beach local. Probably raining from Torquay or Janjuk. I don't know exactly. I know a few of the boys from down that way, and they only have good things to say about Mr. Willis-Druma. He is an ISA world champion. I think that might have been last year in El Salvador. So he knows his way around winning. Two quick start. He's got a 3.93 and a 3.9. So just chipping away at it here. Still got Ocean Lancaster's first wave, a 7.5. So in great stead to start this one off. Jesse Ferguson with a 4.47 and a throwaway, a 1. And Soren Smith with a definite throwaway, a 0.67. So we are into the last heat of the day. Been a big day so far.
Has been a big day. Unfortunately, we started a little bit late. Well, with the location change, we got set up down here at Catherine Hill Bay.
We're not complaining about that either. We've loved it.
Have absolutely loved it. I'd never been down here before, and
it's a beautiful spot.
It is amazing. It feels like, I'm hours from Newcastle, but it's only just on the doorstep.
Just down the corner.
Yeah. So It's been great to witness the surfing that's gone down at Catherine Hill Bay. When I pulled up, there was a few hundred pro junior surfers out there warming up, as there always is before the comp. But the waves have held up all day, we've been extremely lucky.
Extremely lucky with the wind. The wind's almost backed off now. Here goes Willis, little inside left, under priority. Nice second turn there too. He's just looking quite zingy. He's just getting it done. A lot of spark in his surfing. Like, to get that wave, create that space, under priority, he's just chipping away. I mean, you've got the way Ocean started, one big scorer now, he's probably going to anchor up, and then you've got the way Willis has started, he's just kind of chipping away and continuing to move around and create opportunity for himself, which is really cool.
Yeah, that was nice. Maybe it's the zing about the coloured boards, as you were saying before.
Yeah,
it's just that little bit of spark in the surfing.
Coloured boards do a lot, I reckon. That's just my personal input. But I personally love a coloured board.
Just waiting on that score.
4.57. So he's just slowly bettering. He's just chipping away at it. In the lead, just under 13 to go. Still a lot of surfing to be done in this one, and then you get to go home, have a rest, come back tomorrow. Like we said, I think we all agree. I think we're going to be at Redhead, but Huey and weather may have something else in store, so we'll wait and see. But here goes Ocean, local lad, in the blue. Nice first turn there. He's most definitely backed up that 7. It's probably not a 7. It's probably that 4 range, but coming out of the first 10 minutes with 11 points, you're definitely not going to complain with that. So,
yeah, he's just keeping the ball rolling, just keeping that momentum. Doesn't want to wait too long. So this set kind of rolls on through. It's pretty straight.
Bit straight. I think that's what we're going to see different tomorrow. We're going to see a lot more opportunity at Redhead, a few more corners. As we see White, big one turn there. Jesse Ferguson, that was a big turn, and we've seen big scores get thrown for manoeuvres like that. So Ocean's last 3.93 puts himself in the lead. Willis with the 4.5 and the 3.93. And then Jesse with the 4.4, and I dare say I reckon it's probably his best. And the judges didn't take long at all. A 5.73. So Jesse's gone from third to second. Willis has gone from first back to third, and needs a 5.64 now. So 11 minutes remaining. Very interesting last 11 minutes of the day we have here.
Yeah, so Ocean's last wave came in at a 3.93, so not as high as I was expecting, but it does better his lead. And I think he's looking very composed, very content.
Very comfortable. For a young lad, he's in the pro juniors, but I still think Ocean's around 15, 16, so he's still quite young, but surfing with, I don't know, like the intent of someone that is more mature. I mean, to come into heat like this, I think Jesse Ferguson's also a rip curl rider. I think he might be older than Ocean, so coming up against one of the older boys, I know Willis would be older. And yeah, starting with a 7.5. Here you go, boys, the young fellas here. This is my town. It's always nice to start like that. Start with a bang.
Definitely making his name known, putting a little bit of a target on his back for the rest of the event. But they're certainly going to know who he is already by some of the results and things he's achieved.
For sure. So we have Green, Soren Smith.
Ooh. He's got a big hung up there. got very excited on the section.
Little bit hung, but just trying to find his way into this heat. Soren is just trying to find his way into it. He hasn't really. He's got a 1-1 and a 0.67, so he's definitely trying to find his way into this heat. He's going to definitely have to try create some space for himself right now under priority.
There's still time, still lots of time.
Still 9 minutes, but I find today, I mean, it's a lot different for us. We're sitting here talking about it, but I find you go from the 9 minute mark and you blink and the 2 minute thing's going off and you're going out. We're down to crunch time. So, yeah, I would definitely much rather be in Ocean's position, but I mean, anything's possible. As we see Ocean there with one nice snap. So it's similar to his 393. It could be a touch better. Local lad, like I said, from Merewether. You got a few great young surfers from Merewether at the moment, and Ocean's one of those ones at the top of the pack. So, fortunately, we lost Joshua Levy in the last one, but we still got Osh flying the flag. So, I mean, it's always nice to kind of have a local lad in the event, especially for myself. I am a little bit biased when it comes to the local boys and stuff, but as we hear the local hoons going past, you probably hear that in our mics. I think they know we've got microphones in and they go, "Wah, wah." But like I go back to with the local lads, it's always cool to, it's always really special to have an event at home, and to be able to try win at home is even more special. So, I mean, we're still super early in the comp, but see if Osh can squeak through this one and get on into finals day. It would be very, very exciting.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, he'll take that momentum with him. A win always boosts the confidence, and he'll be going into tomorrow, if he does take the win, a lot more motivated. And yeah, I think his opponents are going to see him as a threat. So
yeah, there's the thing of like flying under the radar, especially kind of as like a young fella, flying under the radar, and then you come in a heat like this. It's kind of a tough heat, and kind of put a score like that on the board. You've definitely started something, but he's ignited Willis Droomer here. That was a really nice 2-turn combo there on a bigger set. So as we see, Jesse Ferguson with another one big turn score. So it has a big exchange there. Willis is definitely going to be a whole lot more in this heat now. I'm interested to see where this score goes.
Yeah, just waiting on those scores. So, I mean, yeah, it's never over. Ocean's still got work to do. He needs to improve on that 3.93 as well.
It's not over till it's over, some may say. Is that what they say? I think they do.
Yeah, as we see a replay on screen of Red.
It's a nice 2-turn combo there. He probably, in a weird way, might have left a little bit of meat on the bone. But at that part of the heat, a completion was crucial, and that's what he's done. He's finished on his feet, looking a better situation. He needed a 5.64 to go to second, and we also had Jesse with that one big turn. So it's anyone's game here at the moment. I dare say Ocean won't feel as safe as what he did 2 minutes ago.
Definitely, yeah. And sometimes that safe surfing that Willis was doing, it does pay off. Obviously, he just wanted to make sure he rode out of it complete, which he did. So he's ticked the box there. We're just waiting on the score. Lots of sets in this heat. So we've almost seen a pulse in the swell. So it'll be interesting tomorrow.
It'll be very interesting tomorrow. So we have a few scores to drop. Nothing is in as of yet. We'll sit here patiently, keep you guys entertained until we have last of white, last of red. I'm not going to say there's going to be a situation change, which there hasn't been. Last of Willis was only a 5.4, so he's just chipping away at the moment, still needing that 4.81. And then Jesse's last score hasn't dropped in, but I dare say Jesse's going to stay in that second position. So looks like we've had another one of Ocean out of screen. I can see him paddling back out. And he's won before a 4.77, so he's extended his situation. And then Jesse with first priority out the back, his last one was a 5.47, so he's extended his second place. So Willis, everyone's been bettering their scores. Willis in third. Looks like he's having a look down this edge here. He's on a solid wave. It looks like a nice one. Needs a little bit more than that. Definitely needs a completion.
As we were saying, he was safe surfing. He's gone and proved us wrong.
He's gone big now.
He's
so
going big.
So has someone maybe got this mic in his ear? Who knows?
Maybe.
You never know. Could be tapped in. He might have someone going, oh, we got the commentators up there. They're grilling you. No, I'm not. I'm being nice. So we can kind of say different stuff up here on this commentary because this doesn't necessarily get to the surface. So like when a set comes, we can kind of go, set's coming and stuff like that. But when you're on beach, it's actually tricky. As much as you want to say a set's coming, but you can't really give anyone a heads up. Almost feels like cheating if you do. So last 3 minutes and 40 seconds of our day. Coming down to the end of it. Soren got a little one there. He got his best, but he is needing an 8.83. So I think before that, he may have even been in combination. So he's got himself out of that. He's chipping away. And this last 3 minutes will be very, very interesting. It looks like Jesse Ferguson with first priority is sticking to Willis Druma like glue. And then Ocean Lancaster's within the areas, but giving him enough space with second priority. So if you're in Willis's position right now, you are looking for a flurry of waves to create some space, I would feel.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too phased that Jesse's sitting on his tail.
You can't really be phased when someone's on your tail. The more you get upset or you show emotion, they're going to get closer to you and try and annoy you even more. So,
for sure, he's holding his own. He's shown that he wants to sit on this bank. He's not really. Well, now he's making a move.
It looks like Ocean's going to block him too. So,
yeah,
wow, I think that was a That's going to be a priority. Oh no!
We'll wait on news from the priority judge.
Looks like there might have been a mix-up there
with the board.
Well, maybe our prior on here was different to what was there.
Yeah, I think that's what was happening.
I don't know what was happening there. I think they might just. I definitely think Ocean had priority there. Willis definitely kind of pushed the friendship barrier though of that, and as we see him go for an air reverse, needing a 5.8. So we have seen those maneuvers go towards those scores. The only thing was it was quite a petite wave. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the 5.80.
Neither do I. I don't think we're going to
He's
see
that. Holding his breath. He's paddling back out.
Looks like Red's last is coming in. Doesn't sound like it's not enough. Last of Red. So a minute to go. You've got Jesse Ferguson paddling down the beach like a shark to go get Willis Druma. Not going to let him have an inch. As we see, Green, he's getting his.
He's like, I'm still here. I'm still in it.
Here. He's kind of just. He should have started this a bit quicker. Ocean backside full rotation, little victory lap, 44 seconds. Surprisingly, Jesse's let Willis go here. I know it's a small wave, but it looks like this could be all said and done unless we get a little flurry. But I think the waves Willis is kind of taking off on right now are a little too small to net the score that he needs.
Yeah, they've shifted north on the bank as well, which is interesting. I think they're all hassling each other up that end.
They're pushing. He's got an opportunity here, though. He's going to need to kind of go quite large here. He's in that little rip bowl part of the bank. He's going to need a really big section here, and it's just not giving it to him at all. So we're going to wrap that one up. Day done. Local lad Ocean Lancaster with the win. Jesse Ferguson in second. We lost Willis Druma, one of the highest seeds that we have in the draw at the moment. I think he was up there towards that towards that mark for the World Juniors. So thanks everyone for tuning in with us today.
Yeah, commiserations to Willis and Surin. Obviously not the result they were aiming
No.
for, but yeah, that wraps up our day, the round of 32. And tomorrow we'll be starting with the round of 16, either men's or women's, and then moving on through to the finals.
So finals day tomorrow. Hope to have everyone check in tomorrow. Will be a big day. Hopefully back at Redhead. If you are in the Newcastle area, come and watch. We'll put it out where we are when we know. Hoping for a big finals day. Yeah, ways will be fun, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Do you know that moment when you realise you're old?
Nah, but you tell us about it.
Magical meditations to put little ones to sleep.
What about these guys?
Watch this here. That's good.
I'd had my skin checked probably twice before, but not for a couple of years. Maybe 10 years. I come to the HMF Spot Check Clinic because I saw a post by Mark Richards on Instagram, and he's had a few cancers cut out. Tried to actually come and see you before, but it was booked out. And then that day I just got onto Instagram, went through the process and booked in 5 minutes, and here we are. It was easy. 10-minute consultation, and then that was it. So it was easy. The couple of spots on my back, I felt a bit anxious after I got told. And then I got more anxious because they said, come straight in and we're going to cut them straight out instead of just testing them first. That was a bit worrying at the start. But then they rang me and said that it was all benign, and I was stoked. I should have done it earlier for sure. The earlier you get it, the better. I'm going to get my skin checked every year like I've been told to do, and I think more people have got to be more aware that they have to get their skin checked, because you never know. And like we said, it's better to get it early than late, before it's too late, really. Everyone should get their skin checked and take it really seriously, because it could be life-threatening. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. Everyone's sustained to melanoma and whatever else goes with it, the bad thing at the end. And yeah, you should get your skin checked no matter how old or young.